top to bring that killer bass with that melody. You see my mind flow, hear my thoughts flow. You hear my words churning while my rivers overflow. Cause she's looking for love in all the wrong places, searching for love in all the dark spaces. Looking around but there's too many faces. Girl, you know you want to replace this love. This love. And I don't wanna live like this forever. And when I say always seems to be never. And I don't wanna live like this forever. And when I say always seems to be never again. Bottoms up, or should I put the bottle down? Take another swig and turn my smiles into frowns. Look you in the face, see what I gotta say. I'll be the bigger person, just turn and walk away. Cause I can't fight the fire, can't fight the storm. Can't stop the motion, I can't feel the warmth. Can't fight the fire, and can't fight the storm. Can't stop the motion, I can't feel the warmth. Can't fight the fire, and can't fight the storm. Can't stop the motion, I can't feel the warmth. Can't fight the fire, I can't fight the storm. Can't stop the motion, I can't feel the warmth. And I don't wanna live like this forever. And when I say always seems to be never. And I don't wanna live like this forever. And when I say always seems to be never again. Look around for the signs, searching from left to right, trying to figure out just why. And I don't wanna live like this forever. And when I say always seems to be never. And I don't wanna live like this forever. And when I say always seems to be never again.
Gosinja uli die sombran zelten meg. Et zu ite saluda antes diu hum niga. Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante em todo emu. A nogi distância como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata Gaigi, pues atan fanny bandera, co esta pagua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri, centamiti. Man ko body. Fano
islas en para y honra, para y gloria, viva islas en Toru y tempo y paz, paraíso, Zanginila bendición. Contra peligro, nafas sofuam, Zeus proteis langom. Contra peligro, nafas sofuam, Zeus proteis langom.
Say now come on everybody, if you really wanna show, get yourself a partner and get up on the floor now. Come on everybody, if you really wanna show, get yourself a partner and get up on the floor now. Come on, run, run, everybody.
another man, and he takes the ladder, takes the stars from the sky, put on Sinatra and starts to cry. On and on, I just keep on trying, and he smiles, and she feels like crying. On and on, on and on, on and on. Well, it's my first time and a last time, and it makes me feel so good. And you know it, show it. Oh, baby, hold on tight. Don't let her say goodbye.
I said, let the teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Let your teardrops fall.
Well, it's my first time and the last time. Oh, it makes me feel so good. Oh, baby, you know it. Show it. Oh, baby, hold on tight. Don't let her say goodbye.
Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say no. Let your teardrops fall.
I've got the sun on my shoulders and my toes in the sand, and my woman left me for another man. Oh, but I don't worry, I just sit and relax, toss up my heart, see where it lands. On and on, I just keep on trying, and it smiles, it feels like crying. On and
Good morning, Guam. Lunes, Viva.
Yes.
All right. Good morning, Jason. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
We
Good
are
morning.
back.
We are. It's Monday. That was fast.
Oh,
What
wait,
happened?
I got something, guys, real
Okay.
quick.
All right.
Raise your hands
All right.
if you love Guam.
Yeah. Okay.
Keep your hands up if you're proud to be from this community. Keep your hands up if you watch Coming to America this weekend.
Sure did.
Uh-oh. Okay, and Joser's got his hands up, but he's behind the camera. So 3 out of the 4 of us.
Right on.
What did you guys think, Bree?
I loved it.
It was
I
so
loved
okay.
it.
Joser's got to get on the mic too.
So
Come on,
hilarious.
It was good.
Yes, it was good.
Joe. It
It
was
is it a-
super funny.
was such a break from all the stuff going on, you know.
Yeah. Is it a remake or a sequel?
It's a sequel.
Ah. Okay. So it has Eddie Murphy in it.
It sure does. It has Wesley Snipes.
Arsenio.
Yeah.
Wesley
wow.
Snipes
So good.
was really good.
Yeah, he was.
And actually, you know what's funny is, man, I miss doing our movie podcast so much. Eddie Murphy actually took a back seat in this one. I mean, he obviously was the star, but he let a lot of the other characters kind of develop. And Leslie Jones, I was laughing my butt off. She was really, really good.
Mhm. What a great movie.
Yeah, I didn't watch it, guys.
I think
But
I
go
woke
on,
up,
keep talking about
I
it.
think
It's
I
cool.
woke up. What time did I message you? It was like
Yeah.
4:35 in the morning.
Yeah,
or
Bree
something.
messaged me. She's like, all uppercase, right? Dude, did you watch C2A? And I was like, I already knew what she's talking about. I was like, yeah, I watched it last night. She's like, okay, it's so good. Don't bother me anymore. I'm going to watch it again.
Yeah,
no,
go
I
on.
didn't watch it when I messaged you.
Can you guys just tell me how it ends while you're at it?
No, you have to watch it.
Oh, because I thought you were going to go ahead and lay out the whole.
No spoilers, because I mean.
All right.
But
So-
I mean,
It's a great escape. It's hilarious.
And,
All right.
you know, admittedly, when the movie started, it goes, this movie is rated, you know, you got that, you know, an Amazon production, and then this movie is rated PG-13. I was really kind of disappointed at that, because the original was, you know, I mean, it was the 80s. There's a lot of jokes you could make back then that you probably couldn't make now. But that didn't have any effect. There's a little bit of language.
A little bit of the language, guys.
Okay, now here's the thing, because we're all the same age in this room, right?
Okay, time out. Honest question, okay, guys? Honest question, Bree. Honest question, Jay.
Oh boy.
What was funnier, Coming to America or Dr. Cabrera versus Dr. Shea? What was funnier, guys?
Like I said, that movie was a great escape from you know, what's been going on lately.
I just want to say some of these doctors and their opinions.
I thought you were gonna say what was better, Dr. Cabrera versus Dr. Shea or the UFC this weekend.
I know.
Oh, that was great too.
Yeah. Hey, it's 6:21. So coming up, in case you missed it, miss a link, miss a lot. Boy, I tell you what, bro. Friday morning, right? It was Friday.
Yes,
It was just Friday,
morning.
just the other day.
Yes.
Yeah, we had Dr. Cabrera on, and you know, little Sabrina and her pesky questions. It really started as like I didn't know it was gonna go that way.
I didn't either.
Because she was asking about there's this case that came out of this teacher who had been tested for COVID, and it was a false positive, and then it was. So she had 2 tests after that. They were both negative.
Those are PCR tests.
Right. But then they were trying to hold her kids.
Their entire family was in isolation, even after she had the 2 PCR negatives, because the first one was one of the rapid tests.
Yeah.
And so she was in isolation. And her sons, actually, I believe they had tested negative. She was the only one who tested positive in the rapid test.
But it was a false positive, and so they were basically, Bree, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were holding her kids under the premise they had come into contact with a positive who was her, but she was really a false positive because she had 2 subsequent negative tests.
Right, so she when a couple days later, or not a couple days later, weeks later, she was released from isolation, but they said her kids had to be quarantined or isolated because they had come in contact with a positive. And
Her.
Right.
Yeah, but she wasn't really. This is really confusing. It's almost like who's on first.
Yeah. So, and
So she was a positive, but she wasn't really a positive because she had 2 negatives. But they told her that she can't have her kids because they came into a contact with a positive. But she was the positive, but she wasn't really the positive, and that's negative.
So it all just
You got
kinda,
that?
and
We
Dr.
didn't-
Shea had been helping her because she said that's her doctor, and she went to him. You know, and ask, you know, what is this? What can I get help? And
Yep.
so he was helping her.
Yeah. He
And
was writing some
just-
letters. He wrote a bunch of letters. And I'm pretty sure there was some build-up to it, right? Because Dr. Shea's been critical of the COVID response. And he does have that platform, you know, where people listen to him because he's the baby doctor guy, right? So people, you know, I mean, they trust him. And he puts out stuff. And I'm pretty sure a lot of it rubs public health the wrong way. So it kind of seemed like there was some build-up that Dr. Cabrera had. And I know just in talking to these guys and getting them on, they do get frustrated with the things that Dr. Shea says because they feel like from that public health standpoint or whatever, that public safety, that it undermines the messaging they're trying to put out. But I just got to say, because we're in that business of being critical because it's kind of our rights. Yeah, you know, public figures kind of open to scrutiny. Government of Guam policy kind of open to scrutiny. And I'm not saying get used to it, but get used to it. You kind of got to get used to it. And maybe the public service life is not for everybody. But, you know, Dr. Shea, he can really, he's got away with the words, I'll say. So yeah, Bree just asked a simple question, and Dr. Cabrera was like, "Rrr," and it kind of started out. He was like, you know, false positives aren't the problem, false negatives are, and then from there it went into he called Dr. Shea like a, was it?
A menace to society.
Menace to society. It was like Menace to Society. Like, we
No,
gotta
no,
do.
no.
Is there a meme, Joe, of the Menace to Society movie poster with Dr. Shea's picture on it?
First of all, it's coming to America and
Right.
menace to society.
Remember that movie, Bree, Menace to Society?
Menace Roman numeral 2
Right,
society.
yeah. That was like the blaxploitation 2 wave, right? It was 80s, 90s.
I think.
Remember, there was like Boys in the Hood.
Yeah, there was like the
right?
ga- the
Dead
gangster rap era.
Presidents, right?
Yeah, there was Boys in the Hood, then there was Menace to Society, then there was South Side.
All my meme friends out there, I want to
Never
see
saw
the
Simple.
meme with Dr. Shea. Like, pick the nicest picture with him and the baby, and then put the Menace to Society words from the movie trailer. I gotta say, I haven't seen Coming to America 2. What is it? Part 2?
Yes, too.
Yeah, Coming to America 2, but I do want to see Cabrera Shea 1. And that's coming up on the show. We got the clips. They're ready to go. In case you missed it, because it's
Okay.
Friday, and I know sometimes Friday you guys don't know us. You're like, oh, it's Friday, never mind. I say I don't want to hear it.
We have Adriana Catero's story on it in the link update.
Right, but then we've also got the full, uncut interviews. So that was a thing this weekend. Boy, my phone was just blowing up on all sides. I had people from Guam like, hey, that was funny. The people who were not in Guam were like, whoa, what's going on with these doctors?
Well, it's good that you didn't watch Coming to America. You probably wouldn't have been able to get through it. Your phone was like so crazy.
Yeah, it was. So what was it on? What's Coming to America on?
Amazon Prime.
Amazon
It's Amazon Prime Video, or if you're a Docomo subscriber, you can actually watch it through TiVo through Amazon Prime. They
Right
got a
on.
little button on the remote, which is pretty cool.
Well, I know someone who knows where to find those kind of things. Hey, yes, Jay.
Speaking of knowing a few people, we got a lot of Link fam members. A lot of people on their Sunday in the mainland.
Oh, that's right.
Madonna DeBella, who you guys may remember, is Landon's mom, our friend from NWS. And she goes,
All
can you
right.
please tell Landon his family in Florida is eagerly anticipating his weather report.
No pressure.
Chris Agagi down at the port. Good morning, Chris.
He writes, good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason, Joe, Sir, Frank, Lucille, Nettie Dog, good morning.
Well, Chris is also saying congratulations to Trevin 5-Star Jones on his big
yeah.
victory yesterday in UFC.
Right on.
Did you
Congratulations,
watch
Trev.
the post interview of Trevin? Did anybody watch that? That was just the sweetest thing. He was talking about how, he's in the game, right? And he wants to buy his grandmother a house because when he was younger, when his mother passed away, that's when he moved to Guam and he lived with his grandmother here, him and his brothers and sister. And, she sacrificed so much for them, taking care of them. And so he wants to buy her a house.
Nice.
I thought that was really sweet.
We got Landon here doing the weather coming up. He writes in, I need to know the weather this week, too. So, no spoilers, guys.
I got Peter J. Salas is saying, good morning from Fremont, California.
Raymond McGravy from Bismarck, North Dakota. Mama Bear Debbie Davis, good morning. Joy Rivera Woodward, Buenos KUM Link crew, and to all the fans following, Biba Mestamoru. Tomas
by the way, did
Maglogna too, Boboy, our news Boboy. Good morning.
Hey, by the way, did you guys actually try? We had a masterclass episode up for you guys for Mess Tomorrow, where Bernice Nelson was making this amazing
Hibiscus tea.
Hibiscus tea. Did you guys? I know Marie, our boss, she actually tried it. And it looked quite good. She said
It
she
did.
actually got it.
It was a really simple recipe. All she did was she put hibiscus in hot water. That was it.
It's also very cosmetic because like the reds from the hibiscus and like really blend in well with the water. It's like you don't need.
And
You
she
don't-
put sugar too, guys.
You don't need Kool-Aid mix or you don't need Tang and everything. Just get the hibiscus. That's nature's Tang.
That's nature's tomorrow punch.
Same
628.
color too.
The show is proudly brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, IT&E Carrier, and East West Rental. It's Monday, March 8th. Welcome to this episode of The Link. We're on KUAM Facebook Live. Also, there's a Docomo Channel 10 audio stream. And here's who's coming up. We got Dr. Ho Wen, the Physicians Advisory Group chair. There was a meeting on Thursday. So we'll get Dr. Ho to come in and kind of unpack that. I know a lot of the talk has been about quarantine and the variant. Also, we're getting the Mayor's Council of Guam for their Monday morning check-in. And we'll also catch up with Tim Uggan, the Veteran Affairs head. We're going to speak to a couple veterans, though, this morning, too. We've got Jose San Augustine, a Marine veteran, and Danny Mendiola from the Army side. And then Eric Bora, my friend Eric with the C. Bora, coming on. He's debuting a new single right here on the link. Thanks for that, Eric. He's a great supporter of the show and the station. Crystal Paco San Augustine, Bree, is tonight on... Oh, by the way, it's International Women's Day.
It is, and there is a march. You heard Janae again on the show last week.
Right.
Talking about the march that's being held today. Did she say the ITC intersection?
I want to say she said the ITC intersection. Guys, if you're marching around there, be careful. Especially look out for any vehicles making a high-speed left turn at the ITC intersection.
Yeah, so it's at 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. ITC intersection, International Women's Day. So if you can, make sure to head out there. There's also a song that Casanova produced.
No makeup.
Yeah. And you can check out her Instagram page. And I think we're going to be playing the song as well.
We are, yeah, we are.
On the show.
Yeah, it's coming up. Roberto Francesini, buongiorno, Guam. Good morning, Uli.
Good morning, and have a good run.
Good morning.
Tutai, who writes, Hoffaday, good morning, everyone. Bernadette Mesa Santos, Biba Mess tomorrow from Charleston, South Carolina.
Hey, Charleston.
Buenas. It's 6:31. Let's go ahead and get into the
Do
news.
you guys know how to dance to Charleston?
Charleston. Oh, is that one of those like...
Roaring
Roaring 40s, there you go.
Roaring 40s.
Flappers style, Jay. Flappers, right? You got to do the little dress thing. 6:31.
Yeah, Jay, you got to do the little dress.
Yeah, go put on your little dress, Jay. Duh. Okay, it's 6:31. You guys ready to start the show? You guys clock in? Let's go. Tough and news.
We're clocked in. We're locked in.
All right, and now you're going to get rocked in. Brought to you by Cowboy Enterprises, IT&E Carrier, East-West Rental. We've also got Cover Me from our friends at Burger King coming up. Let's go ahead and do the news. We'll cover you with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Manzanani.
Half a day, everybody. The U.S. Senate approved President Biden's $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package, but with changes most notably on unemployment benefits. The plan includes stimulus payments of $1,400 for Americans making $75,000 or less. The legislation also extends enhanced unemployment benefits of $300 a week through early September. And there's money for schools, small businesses, state and local governments, coronavirus vaccines, and fighting child poverty. Lawmakers agreed to remove a $15 minimum wage hike provision, and after a standoff among Democrats, efforts to raise temporary jobless benefits to $400 were dropped. Next, the American Rescue Plan returns to the House, where it is expected to be passed a second time as early as Tuesday before President Biden signs it into law. Guam is expected to receive at least $661 million from the president's package. Reacting, Governor Lulian Guerrero says she expects the additional aid to families and small businesses will help Guam move from crisis response to economic recovery. The bill, amended by the Senate, will provide direct payments to individuals, extended weekly emergency and unemployment checks, long-term low-interest loans for small businesses, and more funds in rental, utility, and mortgage relief. With the arrival of over 35,000 vaccines, the Guam National Guard will resume its vaccine clinic at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse today through Saturday. The clinics this week are from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., and it's only for those due for their second dose of Pfizer and Moderna. Eligible residents are urged to schedule their appointment via Eventbrite at tinyurl.com/liberategU2021. If scheduling an appointment is not possible, walk-ins will be accepted at a limited rate of 15 per hour. Walk-ins wishing to avoid longer wait times are discouraged from lining up prior to 10 a.m. opening and are asked to expect reasonable delays. Walk-ins arriving after the daily allowance of 120 may be asked to return at a later date. As a reminder, the CDC states that the second dose of Pfizer and Moderna may be administered up to 42 days after the first dose. Patients 70 years and above will not be counted against the walk-in allowance. These patients and above are encouraged to notify the staff to be front-loaded. As for the latest numbers, the Joint Information Center reports out of 99 tests performed on Saturday, there were 0 positive cases. There are 2 people hospitalized, 1 on a ventilator and in ICU. As for Guam's case count, there have been a total of 7,749 positive cases of COVID since last March. 133 deaths, 26 active cases in isolation, and more than 7,500 recoveries. Guam's CAR score is 0.1. We should note that the number of COVID deaths went up by 2 over the weekend. Over the last 2 weeks, Public Health, the territorial epidemiologists, in coordination with the acting chief medical examiner, have been conducting a review of all possible COVID-19 related deaths. According to the Joint Information Center, this coordinated review process has resulted in the classification of the 2 additional deaths, again, which brings the count to 133. The 132nd COVID-related fatality occurred on January 6th. She was 68 years old with underlying health conditions and was admitted to GRMC on December 1st, tested positive when she arrived, and then expired at home after being discharged. The 133rd COVID-19 related fatality occurred at GMH on February 19th. The patient was a 29-year-old female with underlying health conditions. She presented with symptoms and initially tested negative upon admission to GMH. The patient was identified as a confirmed positive case following a confirmatory test performed by Public Health's lab. According to the JIC, 4 additional deaths are being reviewed. A partial settlement in the American Civil Liberties Union, or ACLU, lawsuit challenging Guam's restrictive abortion laws has been reached. Of the 2 laws in the challenge, the 1978 law that requires abortions must be performed in a hospital or clinic cannot be used to restrict access to medication abortion. The lawsuit alleges that both laws, including a requirement for in-person state-mandated counseling, are preventing physicians from using telemedicine to provide medication abortion. The settlement clears the way for people in Guam to obtain medication abortion through telemedicine without having to leave the island. According to the ACLU, the lawsuit was filed on behalf of 2 OB/GYN physicians with Guam licenses and Guam attorney Vanessa Williams. Reacting to news about the partial settlement, Archbishop Michael Burns issued the following statement, quote, "Every person who has known the joys of seeing the beauty of a baby and hearing the laughter of one so precious should be saddened about the developments being thrust upon our island today. The fact of the matter is that a child in the womb is a living human being. Even abortion supporters acknowledge that. Their rights as human beings in the womb are no less important than those of the rest of us. It is therefore up to all of us to protect the most vulnerable and tiniest among us. Life is a gift from our Creator that none of us have a right to destroy." That is a reaction from Archbishop Michael Burns. And with more news, here is Peter Santos.
Afre, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. You've heard of Friday night fights. Well, topping our news today, we've got the highlights of a verbal sparring between 2 Guam physicians. In the government's corner, Dr. Felix Cabrera, Public Health's chief medical officer. In the opposite corner, Dr. Tom Shea, an outspoken local physician who has been critical of the government's response to the pandemic. As Adriana Cotero reports, things came to a head after concerns were raised about how Public Health was handling a woman's case that was a false positive. She and her children were forced into isolation even though they tested negative twice for COVID-19.
Everyone is entitled to their own opinions, but not their own facts. That's according to Public Health's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Felix Cabrera.
And when you try and say things and try and advocate for one person using incorrect facts, you put the whole community at danger, at risk. And that's a pattern that we've seen from this one particular physician. And this has been ongoing throughout the pandemic.
That particular physician is Dr. Tom Shea, who Dr. Cabrera says has been making jabs at him in the Department of Public Health and Social Services during the public health state of emergency, and more recently regarding a false positive COVID-19 patient case.
And we saw this especially toward the end of July and early August. And what happened back then? We had a spike. And I'm not saying that he caused the spike. I'm saying that you can't contribute to anything that pushes the spike up. That we as a community have to do our best to help ensure that we protect as many people as possible.
Dr. Cabrera publicly calling Shea a narcissist and making it personal.
It's personal for me because he makes these memes about me. He makes memes about my position. And this affects my family. This affects all my relatives that are here on Guam, in Saipan, in the whole Comoran Islands. And frankly, I'm fed up with it. I'm absolutely fed up with it, and he needs to be called out. He keeps saying that he's been here in Guam for blah 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 how many years. He's done all these blah 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 stuff, but in the end, what has he done lately, and what does he do for the greater good, except for his self-interest? And I'm sorry, but he needs to be called out. He's a danger to society. He's a menace to society.
Clapping back to Dr. Cabrera's defamatory call-out, Dr. Shea says Thursday night Dr. Cabrera called him, yelling profanities and threats.
He started yelling at me with profanity and F this, F that, and was very unprofessional. I think the island knows me well. Listen, my track record is better than Dr. Cabrera's track record. I have not been in a malpractice suit for the last nearly 25 years. Knock on wood. And why? Because I take good care of patients. Dr. Cabrera, on the other hand, just Google him. You know, he has been involved in multiple malpractice suits at GRMC. So, I mean, if we talk about track records of who is more dangerous to society, he really needs to take a look in the mirror. But when you call me as a danger to society, you got to be very careful. That is a defamation lawsuit ready to happen. So any doctor out there who's going to accuse me of being danger to society, they better be prepared for defamation lawsuit, because I am no danger to society. I mean, I have not killed anybody here. My record speaks for itself.
Dr. Cabrera, along with a few other physicians, are penning a letter of complaint directly to the chair of the Guam Board of Medical Examiners.
This is something that is going to go to the Guam Board of Medical Examiners, his conduct and his actions, and he will be held accountable. And this is now my mission, because it threatens public safety.
Dr. Cabrera compared Dr. Shea's memes and social media complaints to former President Donald Trump's negative impact and influence on Twitter.
So I think comparing me to President Trump and Twitter, that is no comparison at all. I will criticize public health, because if I see an inconsistency in policy, they're open for criticism. And as far as the memes go, I don't have time to create those memes. Those memes are created by many of my patients.
It was unclear if Dr. Cabrera plans to ask the board to revoke Dr. Shea's medical license, as he did not want to provide specific details on what will be stated in the complaint. Either way, Dr. Shea's not worried.
This is personal for him. He's going to make it personal. He's going to go and get me. He's going to make it his mission to get me. Right there and there, you know that this is not somebody that's, focusing on facts or things like that. He's making a personal attack. But I'm not here to get Dr. Cabrera. If he's out personally to get me, right there and then, the Guam board should read it very clearly that this is a personal attack and it's a witch hunt.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
Allegations of illegal gambling are stacking up. Sabrina Salas-Matanani reports on the latest agency with employees accused of gambling while on the job.
Clocking in and cashing out.
I immediately forwarded to our internal audit team.
Employees at the Guam Power Authority are the latest agency added to a growing list of GovGuam employees accused of illegal gambling online and on the job. According to GPA General Manager John Beneventi, let the chips fall where they may.
I can assure you that we take all these things very seriously here.
Beneventi confirms he received a letter from Utilities Oversight Chair Senator Clint Ridgell, who received a copy of an anonymous letter received by Senator Joanne Brown. The writer of the anonymous letter alleges there is gambling going on at GPA, and the investigation should start by looking into the HR division. Quote, "This is very disgusting because these are HR staff who have access to employee records and contact information." The writer alleges the gambling group is also going on at other sections like customer service, procurement, and in the T&D division. Quote, "This behavior has got to stop in our government, and these employees need to make their priority to work for the people and earn their high pay and not working to organize gambling."
Now looking at all that, the allegations that were made. And again, similarly, there is a due process that we have to go through, and it all begins with the internal auditor who will do an independent evaluation of all of this, and of course report to myself, and also the CCU audit committee chairperson, which is again, involved in all of this internal audit issues that we have.
The allegations of gambling online and on duty first came to light when Senator Brown also received an anonymous tip about airport officers. GIAA General Manager John Canazza wouldn't fold on giving specifics because of an ongoing investigation. Through Civil Service Commission documents, KUAM, however, was able to confirm Airport Officer Jericho Santos was fired and had admitted to online gambling while on duty. But his case file revealed that he had built a gambling group of more than 250 other players, including other airport officers and players from GPD, GFD, Superior Court Marshals, and members of the National Guard. His case file also indicated that he became involved with the gambling app Poker Bros from a police officer. Chief of Police Steve Ignacio confirmed he had opened an administrative investigation into a single officer after being informed about an ongoing investigation.
So far, those have been the key ones that we have received so far. And, much to my surprise, I really didn't even know that this was an issue, in the government of Guam. But apparently it's kind of blown up that, it's extending, like it has tentacles that are extending to other operations in the government. And I think that's unfortunate.
As reported, allegations of illegal gambling have also extended to the Port Authority, as General Manager Rory Respicio on Thursday issued a press release confirming that several of his port police officers, quote, are allegedly involved in an illegal gambling matter that currently is the subject of an FBI investigation.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Thanks, Peter. Bill 11, legislation that would limit the governor's ability to declare and or extend a public health emergency, was vetoed by Governor Lulian Guerrero. Also vetoed was Bill 38, which was relative to establishing a deadline extension to submit reports or position statements to the Application Review Committee. Governor Leon Guerrero did sign into law a handful of other bills that focused on establishing the Civilian Volunteer Territorial Park Patrol Officer Reserve and also streamline the recruitment and hiring of law enforcement officers, also known as the Swift Appointment Modernization Act of 2021. Other bills signed were aimed at encouraging or enforcing terms and conditions of conditional use permits, variances, and zone changes, as well as Bill 1, also known as the Business Assistance Act of 2021. Chief of Police Steve Ignacio says GPD's Highway Patrol Division has been tasked to gather additional information about the crash at Jerry's Kitchen in Tamuning to determine whether the case should be reopened. As reported, the driver of a red Jeep lost control and slammed into the restaurant in the early morning hours of Thursday, February 25th. Police immediately confirmed that alcohol was not involved and that the driver was issued a citation for imprudent driving. The chief confirmed that there was an off-duty officer inside the Jeep at the time of the crash. Because of community concerns, he's asked HPD to check for surveillance video around the area and conduct additional interviews. He's also welcoming people to come forward if they have any information. And finally, Governor Leon Guerrero is scheduled to deliver her annual State of the Island address from the Guam Congress Building, and in partnership with PBS Guam. You can watch the address live on KUAM TV8 or streaming live on our Facebook. We will also have reaction following the address. The State of the Island address is scheduled for 6:30 p.m. And now we head over to the National Weather Service, where Landon Idolette has your weekly weather forecast. Good morning, Landon.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all doing today?
We're doing all right.
First of all, you want to send a shout out to Florida, because apparently your entire family is watching this morning. No pressure.
Yeah. Good morning to the family down there. I hear my grandmother is visiting my mom and stepdad in Florida. I think they're in Daytona Beach right now, so I still have to see that condo they bought about a year or two ago. Maybe this summer I'll see it. But yeah, I'm all messed up today because I'm in the operations center of our facility. Brandon was on work in the night shift, so let me turn the camera around right quick. Okay. This is our operations floor, and there's Brandon in the far corner over there working the night shift. Wave your hand, Brandon.
Hey, Brandon.
But there's also another Brandon over there. So we have two Brandons in the office right now, and we have Issa. She's one of our newest forecasters here to WFO Guam, and so she's still in training with Brandon for the night shifts. And so part of her certification board, before she gets certified to run shift by herself, we'll have her do one of these broadcasts.
All right.
So wait a minute. So you got someone named Issa.
Rainbow?
Yeah, you've got someone named Issa as a weather forecaster. You could not script that. That is perfect.
It was meant to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's been here a couple months, but she's familiar to our office. She was here, I guess, about a year ago around the holidays. So she's been here for a while. And of course, you see our Halloween decorations, our Christmas decorations. We're still very seasonal here. And Brandon working for the Micronesia forecast.
Hi, Brandon.
Hey, good
We're gonna
morning.
go to my office, and Jason and them says good morning. They didn't hear you because I have the ears in. But we're gonna go to my office. We're gonna talk about all things weather. It's been dry out there, except for some showers. If you lived up on the Upper West Side where I live, we had some showers yesterday, and it was a pretty wet morning. However, not much of that fell across central southern Guam. It's just been that gradient where not everybody sees the showers. I'm gonna take my mask off right quick. There we go. So we're looking at the water vapor imagery. This is showing, of course, the deep atmospheric moisture versus the dry areas. The yellow, that's the dry. The blues, that's the green. And then the whites down the very moist tropical air down there. They're having a lot of showers and thunderstorms. We'll talk about that coming up just shortly. Here for the Guam and the Tsunami, we're kind of in that boundary where there's a little bit of moisture, but still not much to squirt out the showers. I did have one heavy downpour on my way to work this morning about 4:30. It lasted all of 4 seconds. So that's about as good as it gets right now. And if you were paying attention to the news over the weekend, there were some fires, especially across central southern parts where they had the wildfires. So this is the infrared satellite imagery. The red box, that's the WFO Guam area of responsibility. So that encompasses, of course, all of the Mariana Islands, the Marshall Islands, FSM, and the Republic of Palau, basically everything between the Philippines and Hawaii. Down to the southwest, that's a tropical disturbance that's spinning weekly southeast of Palau. That is moving west, northwest, and it's going to be passing near Palau in the coming days. Do we expect any development out of that? Not really. It's going to be a lot of showers, thunderstorms, and some gusty winds for Palau, and maybe Yap if it scoots farther north. Otherwise, it's going to be a rain event, and that's good for them because it'll withhold any kind of onsetting drought conditions. So for the broader region, Yap and Palau, they've been very abundant when it comes to the rainfall. Farther north and Guam and the Tsunami, not so much. It's still very dry across the area. We have some spotty showers out there. They'll be moving through later this morning with sunnier, drier weather for the rest of the day. But we could have a little bit of a wetter pattern for the week ahead. Some of the models, they vary between 1 inch over the next 10 days for Guam to 2 inches over the next 10 days for Guam, and only a half inch for Tinian and Saipan. So there's that disparity between rainfall estimates and whichever numerical model you want to use. So Jason, go ahead and cue up the slides.
Gotcha.
We'll go over there now. So the headlines for today, we have a moderate risk of rip currents. We did see some high surf over the weekend, particularly along north-facing reefs. That was a little pulse of north swell coming through. That's since declined a little bit. The other big story right now is the extreme fire danger. So that means any fires that begin, they will be hard to contain, especially in the windier parts of the day. If we see these winds increase through the afternoon, becoming gusty, that may prompt a red flag warning. So right now we have a fire weather watch, and we are still abnormally dry with moderate drought across Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan. For Micronesia, we're still issuing drought information statements for extreme drought in Kapinga, Maringi, and Pohnpei of the FSM, severe drought for Northern Marshall Islands, and moderate drought for Jaluit and Fananu and the Marshall Islands and Chuuk State, respectively. If you go to our webpage, weather.gov/GUM, that's what you'll see. All those pink banners for the weather hazards, the alerts, the fire weather watch, which currently remains in effect through this afternoon. That could be bumped up to a red flag warning if the winds do increase through the day. So the next slide, that shows the Facebook page from yesterday. This is a graphic Brandon posted yesterday regarding the fire weather watch for Guam. The special weather statement for Yap and Palau is that disturbance spins weekly across Western Micronesia. Again, we don't expect any development for the folks for Yap and Palau other than showers and thunderstorms. So that'll be much needed rainfall for them. If we could see that rainfall elsewhere across the region, that would be great, especially for southern Pohnpei State and Kapinga Maringi. The next slide, the current conditions, east winds at 10 miles per hour, partly to mostly cloudy skies. Those clouds will be clearing out with sunnier conditions for today. Only a few showers around the island this morning. Current temperature was 78 degrees. That, of course, is increasing. The rainfall, we're averaging about a dime per day. That's normal rainfall on a daily basis this time of year. We're below average. We had 1/100th of an inch yesterday. And since January 1st, we've been at 5 1/4. That's down half for the year. We should be around 10.3 inches for the year. So that's our rainfall deficit as it is right now. And again, the next slide, current fire danger is extreme. That could be knocked down a little bit if some things come into play later this week. We could see a little bit more moisture this week with a couple weather features. That's what we're hopeful for. Fire weather watch currently in effect through this afternoon, and that could be bumped up to a red flag warning today if the winds increase. The next slide, that is the U.S. Drought Monitor drought map for the region with moderate drought for Guam and Rota and severe drought for islands of the Marshall Islands and extreme drought for far southern Pohnpei State. The next slide, this is the polar orbiting winds at the surface, showing the green wind barbs across Guam and the Tsunami and of course towards Yap and north of Palau. Those are 15 to 20 knot winds. We're going to see these conditions continue at least for the next couple days. Down south, you see that sea. That is that weak tropical disturbance. Really, the winds are not that strong, but it's just a weak circulation. There's a little bit of convergence on that north side, and that's what's generating the showers and thunderstorms. As that moves toward the west-northwest, we expect it to pass south of Palau in the coming days, bringing showers, thunderstorms, and those gusty winds. So the outer islands of eastern Yap State and Palau, they'll be seeing the brunt of that with the gusty winds, possibly gusting up to 25 knots. Nothing too terrible with the showers and thunderstorms. The next slide, combined seas today are 7 to 8 feet. That's down a little bit over the weekend when we had a larger north swell. East swell, that's the primary focus, is 4 to 6 feet, and a northeast swell at 4 feet. That's going to gradually subside a little bit. Now, I heard rumor there was a video circulating last week about some possible inundation, a mini tsunami of sorts, or a rogue wave. After looking into the situation, and that video was taken from the War in the Pacific Aston Park, that was a north swell. And if you see these spikes in the green line over the last several days, that was a spike in the north swell around March 3rd. And when we had the high tide overnight, March 3rd, early March 4th, the swell and the period were just enough to bring some overwash into the parking lot. So that was caused by the north swell. And we get that from time to time, especially this time of the year. That was not tsunami generated. We can see those signatures in the tide gauges and the deep sea buoys. We can see those tsunami signatures, and this was not a tsunami. That was just a long period north swell event, and we get those from time to time. So the swell, combined seas will gradually subside about 1 or 2 feet in the coming week, but they could remain elevated, especially with some weather systems coming through. Mostly sunny, isolated light showers today with east winds at 15 to 20 miles per hour. There is a moderate rip risk. That's along east and north facing reefs. And on the ocean, combined seas of 7 to 8 feet. This week, we do have a, related to a tropical disturbance going toward Palau, there is a surface trough that extends toward the northeast. That's going to be sweeping by just to our south in the coming days. We could see some scattered showers beginning tonight through Tuesday. That'll give us some rainfall across Guam, not so much for Rota, Tinian, and Saipan to the north. And then it dries up again for the midweek with isolated showers, but then we could have another feature of this time of the year. A shear line is going to be setting up across the southern Mariana Islands. That could bring us more scattered showers later than week. This would be all shallow, low layer moisture. Should not generate any heavy downpours or thunderstorms this week, just shallow, lower atmospheric moisture. The weekend dries up, partly cloudy with isolated light showers, and combined seas will be about 5 to 7 feet. And so that's all I got for you today. Again, join the Weather Ready Nation. If you want to be a part of our organization and our outreach, we are always glad to welcome you all to the Weather Ready Nation, any agencies, offices, businesses, or your schools, and link up with us for all things weather.
Right on. Thank you, Landon.
Hey, you're welcome.
All right. Take it easy, my friend. That's Monday work week weather. We get that every Monday right here on the link with Len and Ilet of the National Weather Service. It's 6:59. We'll take a quick break, and Jason Salas is coming back with Ernie Galito and our friends from Atkins Kroll right here on the link. Good morning. It's Monday.
The Culture Club, highlighting the new faces of artisans, activists, caretakers, and promoters of our tomorrow culture, returns to our digital platforms. Catch Culture Club features on KUAM News Facebook and Instagram, the KUAM YouTube channel, and broadcast features weekly on KUAM News Weekend Edition during Mes Tomorrow.
Join KUAM and Punta Endosa Montes for the Mes Tomorrow Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Tomorrow. Catch the Mes Tomorrow Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Endosa Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series schedule.
Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Welcome back, everybody, to The Link on a gorgeous Monday morning. I'm Jason Salas. We got a lot of stuff coming up on the show. But I have an interesting interview from a very good friend of mine, Ernie Galito, over at Atkins Kroll. And you know, Guam is a driving town. This we all know. We love our cars. We love car ownership. We love taking care of them. And Ernie's got some information for you about something that you may want to pay attention to because, Ernie, there is a service that you are providing that is of very, very big interest to car owners. So good morning, first of all. Good to see you, my friend. It's been a while.
How are you?
Doing fine. How are you and your team over there, first of all?
We're doing well. Things are looking up. Of course, we're always looking to see when tourism will open up, so the other half of our economy can get back to work. So things are looking up, and hopefully we'll open up tourism by the 1st of May.
Well, I've known you, Ern, for going on 30 years now and everything. I've always admired, your sense for marketing and for putting cool promotions together. So how challenging has this last year been as far as, messaging and, and communicating with clients and really trying to have that, that customer-centric feel that throughout your career you've always had, but particularly here now at AK, being a car dealership?
Well, actually, the COVID-19 has really accelerated where people are, and they're kind of tethered to their phone and to their laptops and to their iPads. And so actually it brought us closer to the customers because now we can reach them where they are, and we can see through things like search that we can actually send the right message at the right time to the right customer.
Very cool. So from conflict comes opportunity.
Exactly. Where crisis comes opportunity.
Oh, there you go. Well, I mean, I didn't want to frame it as necessarily a crisis, what we're talking about this morning, but certainly it is of concern for car owners. So you guys are actually doing it's an airbag inflator. Is that what it is?
Yes. Several years ago, Takata, which is kind of like the sole maker of airbag inflators, actually the airbag
More than
itself,
42 million cars from 19 different car companies are being recalled for faulty airbag inflators. Repairs are fast, easy, and free.
Factory recall. And what it is that particularly for Guam, because Guam is in a high humid, high temperature area, similar to like the southeastern part of the U.S., like Florida and such as things. So anyway, it's effective airbag inflator. It caused it to be very unstable. So consequently, Toyota, since we've got like 40% of the market share here on Guam, we wanted to reach out to all those customers that we haven't been able to reach out. As you know, sometimes Corolla is a good secondhand car. Mm-hmm. So when people bequeath their cars to their kids or to their grandkids, or maybe to secondhand owners, we're not able to kind of reach them because we can reach the original owners, but it's hard for us to reach the secondhand owners. So we like to alert a lot of those people who may have a Corolla or even a Lexus. They may be eligible for a free Takata airbag replacement, and we're going to take it to the public. So we're going to offer it to for anybody who drives by the Micronesia Mall intersection where the Shell station is. Mm-hmm. So coming Saturday, if you have a Corolla, particularly a Corolla between the years of 2003 and 2013, then we'll replace your airbag at no cost, and we'll even give you $20 worth of gas from Shell. And Shell will give you 100 of their Pacific points, and we'll give you an AK discount card, good for parts or labor, up to 20% discount.
Wow.
So a lot of things are happening. So we just want to make sure that the people are aware that we can do this at no cost to them. Replace the airbag. It takes about 20 to 30 minutes because it goes to the passenger side where the glove box is. And so we have a pop-up service bay where our technicians will actually replace the airbag right there on site.
Mm-hmm. And we do have a video that you gave us and everything that kind of explains real briefly exactly how this goes. You want us to play that, Ernie? Very, very informative video. Okay, so here's that video on what you can do to make sure that your airbag inflator is properly taken care of from your friends at AK and Shell.
More than 42 million cars from 19 different car companies are being recalled for faulty airbag inflators. Repairs are fast, easy, and free. The problem isn't with the airbag, it's with the airbag inflator. because the inflator can rupture, shooting shrapnel through the airbag, which can cause serious injury or even death. Don't risk it, fix it. Go to toyota.com/recall.
All right, good news. And Ernie, you work in a industry which is, you have precision tools, you have mechanics and technicians who are precision professionals themselves and everything like that. You said it takes about 20 to 30 minutes. If I'm a car owner and my car is affected again, and you're saying what was it, post 2003 Corollas and is it Lexi or Lexuses?
Actually, you can go to akguam.com and you can fill out a form, and actually you can in the form, it gives you the range of different vehicles. So it includes the Corolla, the Matrix, remember Matrix, 2003 to 2012.
Oh yeah.
If you have a Tundra from 2003 to 2005. And so there is an automatic form it fills out, and you just kind of scroll what range your model car is in.
Mm-hmm.
So that way, if you're in doubt, if you have a Toyota or if you have a Lexus, you can go there and kind of see where the range is. And so if your car is affected by the campaign, then you're welcome to come join and get your airbag inflator replaced at no cost to you.
That is fantastic. Okay, final question, because we live in a world right now on Guam, and unfortunately our community has been very good at this. When we try and go and get our vaccinations, we make appointments, and we make appointments to do everything these days. Do I have to actually register if I'm going to get my part, or is it just like show up and first come first serve?
Both. You can register just to make sure that you're in the right category. So you're not going there and your car is out of the campaign, or you can just drop by, and we'll have a computer listing of all the vehicles that are within the campaign. And if your vehicle is within the campaign, then we can sign you up right then and there, and making sure that you're serviced your car right there on site. And then we'll have your name and contact number in the event there's any other type of recall that may affect your car.
All right, so that's on Saturday at the Shell near the Micronesia Mall, right, Ernie?
Yes, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And however, if you're there at 3 o'clock and it looks like there's other people there, we'll continue to service all those vehicles right there. We won't go home until everybody's serviced.
And that is the type of customer service that is emblematic of Atkins Coral for generations. My family's been AK for as long as I can remember. So Ernie, thanks so much. We wish you and your team the very best. So please, everybody, if you own one of the cars that is affected, make sure to go out there, do the right thing and make an appointment just so you can make sure that your day can be efficient. But come to keep your family safe. Stay for all the freebies that your friends at AK and Shell are hooking you up with and everything. They're really going to take care of you. So Ernie, it's a good deal, and always good to see you again.
Adios, everybody. Take
Okay,
care.
have a fantastic day. That's Ernie Galito from Atkins Coral, everybody. Good friend of ours. Good to see him on the program. And we are going to take a break, but coming up next after the break, Dr. Hoan Nguyen, the chairman of the Physicians Advisory Group. That and much more when the link continues right here on a beautiful Monday morning. You're watching KUAM.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Hey you, what if I told you that scanning this box could give you access to any food you're craving, delivered to you hot, fast, and safely without crazy fees? Go ahead, try it. You won't be disappointed. Make the dash to Uno Go, uno-go.com, or download the app at your app store.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Although I told you I'm a one-woman man, I said I'm a one-woman man. I'll do the best I can. Away now, I am a one-woman man. I'll do the best I can. You say you're ready, but it's hard to stop. Spilling on the radio, ready or not. Play it, DJ, one more time. Reverse communication, stop. Rewind. Selector, burn one down all night. Dub creator, double selector, burn one down all night. Lonely little girl, lonely little girl, lonely little girl. It's been a long time coming on me long sound. Fresh vibe for me. It takes a talent, natural ability.
716, the link. Good morning. It's Monday, March 8th, International Women's Day. And also a State of the Island address is tonight, the SOTI, if you will. Good morning, guys. 716 here on the link. Get your popcorn ready for tonight, guys. The big show as the governor prepares to deliver her State of the Island address. It's been about a year since the last one, because it happens every year. I remember the last one, Bree was...
Oh, man.
That was the one where she was like, we beat dengue, right?
Yeah.
And then I think there was just a little piece about something with COVID, and then COVID happened, and here we are. Almost a year later. 7/16, the 1 year anniversary of coronavirus, Jay?
Is a week from today.
Okay, and that is on March
15th.
15th. There you go.
When the first 3 cases were announced by the governor.
Yep. Let's just say it's been a whirlwind of a ride, but someone who's been buckled up and with us just about every step of the way, Dr. Ho Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group. Good morning, Doc. Unmute.
I was going to say, Dr. Nguyen was not the doctor that everybody was talking about for once.
Yeah, this weekend.
This weekend.
Well, Doc, I got to give you credit. Guys. Good morning, because he has made it through the whole pandemic without like locking horns with anybody, without, you know what I mean? He just kind of goes about his way, being professional, and we appreciate it, Doc. You don't have enough drama, Doc, you know?
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Did you sign on to the letter of complaint though to the Guam Board of Medical Examiners?
No, Sabrina. No, I didn't sign it. No.
Okay. Do you know who did?
I think that situation need to kind of go away, and everyone gotta stop talking about it. Because we go now for 1 year on this pandemic, and we are doing very well. And we just need everyone to work together to get us to the next stage to open our economy. So we just need both the physician to kind of keep the comment for themselves. And I think that's the best way for our community to go forward.
Yeah, Doc, I was talking over the weekend, and there used to be a time when it was like politics and religion were just the two things that, you remember that, Bree, when it'd be like, hey, don't talk about politics, don't talk about religion if you're like in a gathering or whatever, because people just get too hot about it. And that's something we've seen during the pandemic, and more recently, even before the pandemic, is now everyone feels like they have to announce their politics and their religion just out to everybody. And, but, it's entertaining, though, Doc. You got to admit. Did you watch the interviews or what?
I watched both of them, yes.
What was better? What was
okay, but
Team
I would tell
Shea?
my staff,
Are you Team Shea or Team Cabrera?
I think none of them. I think the message we have to pass across to people, and we pass this message as on day one, is that if you are feeling sick, you need to stay at home, and that's what respect to other people around you, and respect your coworker, and respect your family. So I think that message need to come back out again and not lost in the shuffle. Is that I ask everyone that if you feel sick, even coughing, cold, just stay home, and that's the best way for us to go forward. We are doing very well on this pandemic at this point, and we would like to continue to do better. So that main message about respect each other, and you're sick, stay home, it need to still be out there. Even if we have our vaccination program going forward, we still need to abide by that guideline. So that's the message to go across, and I hope it's not lost on this fight here. But again, we ask both of them to work together, and hopefully we can continue to work together to get us better. Okay.
Okay, guys, Dr. Hoa said work together. Get your act together, Dr. Cabrera and Dr. Shea. You do not want to get on Dr. Hoa's. This guy doesn't ever get mad, okay? So you don't want to see him mad, okay? Because that's when all the guard, killer, assassin, School of America's Special Forces stuff is going to come out. Doc, so what's going on? Did you guys get your vaccines? Because I know we're out for a little bit there, and then everyone was checking the mail. It finally came in, Friday?
Yeah, Moderna come in Friday. I think the Pfizer also come in. So I think this morning is the first vaccination clinic open again at UOG from Monday to Saturday, and they're going to try to do some catch up for that 8,000 people that behind. But again, I assure people that a week or two behind is not going to hurt you, and they will do the catch up and prioritize the number 2 vaccine this week. So by next week, hopefully we should be all caught up already and start back at number 1.
And again, as Dr. Wynn said, that we can't stress it enough that the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse, the National Guard's vaccination clinics, they start back up today, starting at 10, I believe. And this is only for those people that are due for the second dose. They're not going to be administering first doses of either vaccine. So please just keep that in mind. Don't just head over there. It's only for those due for the second dose.
Yes. Even if you have the second dose, and I know the appointment is fully booked, if you need the second dose, I would just say that if you just try to walk in, and they will try their best to accommodate you. But just again, if a lot of people walk in, there'll be some people will turn away just because the capacity. So just be patient. Everyone try to get to you to complete your series. So just be patient with them. And again, by next week, we should be all caught up already, number 2. So it doesn't hurt to be late for a few days, so don't worry, okay?
Doc, is this the same protocol for all the private clinics? That it's also this week, all the private clinics are only giving second dose?
Yes, I mean, that's the protocol, and our recommendation for the private clinic is try to accommodate all the second dose as possible. Just to help out the UOG vaccination clinic. So if your patient call, if you have time, try to fit them in and try to do the catch up here, because I think we all have to again work together with the UOG and try to absorb some of the patient that need the second dose. So the instruction come out on the clinic is for this week, number 2. again, every clinic have a list of patients that's waiting for number 2, so they should come down that list and start calling the patient. In rare case, there's going to be some number 1 going to slip in there just because once you open the valve, you can't waste them. So, but the best way is to try to call on the number 2 to come in to get their shot this week.
Doc, I know it's the vaccination clinic or council's call, but have you heard anything? Because we had a comment here about retailers, gas station attendants, cashiers who are very interact and are exposed to the public a lot. Do you know when they're going to be getting their vaccination?
Yeah, those in next phase, they're gonna come. Their turn will come up again. The hotel row and the bus driver and everyone else will have their turn also. Just because we try to open up economy in May, by the end of May, as the governor order. So those industry that have potential have a direct face-to-face interact with the tourists or anyone that come into our island, they should be prioritized. And that's the only way that we can go forward to, as a second phase, open up economy. So those are coming up soon. But this week will be all number 2 to try to prioritize everyone.
Mm-hmm. For clarification again, for people that got their first dose at some of the village vaccinations, maybe even homebound, can they go to the UOG Calville Fieldhouse, or should they just wait?
No, everyone in Guam that get the first dose anywhere can go to UOG Fieldhouse to get the second dose. This is where everything is concentrated on one major place. Again, so if you get your shot anywhere in Guam, at Okadu or anywhere, you can go to UOG Fieldhouse and get the second dose. And again, the clinic will chip in and help out too to get the vaccine. I know that for AMC we vaccinate quite a bit of the second dose that people get the first dose somewhere else. So again, the clinic is another way for them to get the second dose, but call and make sure that they have the availability of the vaccine. That's number 1, and also they have the open schedule to accommodate the patient also. So you can try on every clinic at UOG. It doesn't matter where you get your first shot, you will get the second shot anywhere you're gonna try.
Okay. You mentioned something about reopening the economy in May. But last we heard from GVB was that they were looking at the reopening of tourism for April 1. Is that still the plan, or is it now May?
I think that the governor said the end of May. But once you announce the opening the end of May, you have to give the tourist industry time to organize everything around it. The flight have to be planned, the hotel, the package, everything. So you might say the end of May, but it's going to take those guys the few weeks to a few months for them to put the package, everything together. Especially like United, they have to have several weeks to months to plan out the flight. So even we announce open in the end of May, it's going to be a little while for the tourists to come in. So everything had to be organized. The reason they announced that so everyone can plan on those dates.
We had a comment here from Bevtest J. Solis. Could the public make appointment at AMC for vaccination, or is it only established patients with the clinic?
No, the public can. When they call, again, depending on each clinic. For our clinic, though, when you call, they put you on the waiting list, and trust me, that waiting list go very quick. Okay, so when you on the waiting list already, you'll be called the next few days to come in to get their shot. As long as we are aware that you are on that list, we will get you in. So when you call, they will put in the waiting list, and then we go down to waiting list and start giving shot. Okay. So you don't have to be an AMC patient. It can be anyone. Like I say, any clinic should try their best to accommodate the people that call in for whichever way that you can do it, but they should be able to accommodate and those people to get their shot in. The faster we do it, the better it is, and our percentage coming up, and the number of people that are vaccinated in Guam. I think the one is that we are shooting for 50% for us to be comfortable and open up our tourism, and hopefully we can get rid of the Q factor once we get to that 50%.
Let's talk about that, though. Any changes anticipated for quarantine?
For right now, I think we hover. I forgot what percentage we are, but we have a different approach. 30%, 50%, and at every milestone that we reach, we will change the quarantine factor. Again, it depends on the positivity rate in the state, and also the number percentage of completion of the vaccine in Guam. So there's two factors we look at in order to change the quarantine guidelines. So again, the faster we do it, the better it is, and the lower the rate for positivity in the state, the better it is. So again, most of the positive now is coming in from the Q factor. So that's something that we have to look for.
Any word on the variant?
We sent out 3 specimens 3 times, but we have not. I understand we don't have anything back from CDC yet for those 3. I think we have 3 shipments, and none of them come back yet to see we have variants or not. So we have no result from that.
Are people still talking about the variant out there, Doc?
It's kind of strange. They talk about the variant in the state, but strange, the positive rate in the state sometimes drop to 40-50%. So we're not quite sure what's going on there, but again, probably by the end of March, we would know if those variants really affect our infection rate or not.
Doc, have you?
A lot of states open up their economy, and they removed the face mask requirement as a mandate, and they open everything 100%. So curious to see how the next 2 or 3 weeks, see how they do. And if the positive rates continue to go down, then in the state, then that's good for us. We have to look our guideline, ease off on that.
Mm-hmm. Doc, have you heard anything about the QFAC and the isolation facilities? Because we owe over $20 million, and that's only within a 5-month time frame from October to March 1. So it's $20 million it's owed. The ISOFAX facility at the Bayview, I want to say there are 7-8 people there, and we're paying $175 per room when it's occupied, $90 unoccupied. Is there any talk about we're going to get a smaller facility or what?
Yeah, those, I don't know who negotiated those. I don't have the privilege of knowing how to, I guess the contract was made for that one. I know they serve us a very good, that they serve the purpose for us. But regarding, the contract, I'm not sure about the contracts. I really can't comment on that, but they do serve a purpose for us regarding keep our island safe, and also to give people an option to stay in the isolation facility if their home are not safe for them to stay in. And so they do serve the purpose. Regarding the payment, I don't know. It's quite expensive. So that's why we try our best to get out of that as soon as possible, that we feel safe for the people to come back to our island and be able to quarantine at home. So we work the best in the medical side to try to get our island ready once they decide to change the guideline.
But you're not involved with the contract. Just for the record, Dr. Hoa Wen says not involved, nothing to do with it. It's expensive.
Yeah, I just wondered if you heard any discussions about moving it out of this facility.
I think the facility have to be somehow, met certain standard for people to stay there. I know there's some questionable standards for the hotel there, but again, there's I think the public health need to work along the hotel to make sure there's sanitary for our people to stay. Again, the cost in the contract is not on my lane, and our lane is strictly the medical side to make sure that our island's doing well.
Right. And just to go back on economic recovery, the GVB vice president, he was at the Rotary Club about a week and a half ago, and he was also on this show prior to that, talking about the restart of tourism on Guam. But there was one thing that he did, and he kind of called out public health, and that was about the current health and safety policy being one-dimensional and an impediment to the pace of recovery. And he said that we need to start meeting. We need to start having discussions and come up with this risk proportionate policy. And I'm just wondering if the Physicians Advisory Group has been folded into this discussion to come up with this policy and this plan as we prepare. Because, I'm still going off of what Jerry Perez said and GVB, Carl Gutierrez, that the target date is the 1st of April. And even if it's 1 May, it's still, 2 months away. And is there any risk proportionate policy that GVB is requesting?
The PAC will always there to help in this second, I guess, this phase to open up our economy. We're always going to be there if we're asked by the governor to step in to give work along public health and GVB and GSRA to do that. I know that public health are pretty much tied up in a lot of stuff, but again, I agree they just need to set aside certain key people to work with GVB on this and GSRA for this phase of open up economy. So I think that they should set someone aside, and that's all they're going to do is basically work with GVB, GSRA, because right now their plate are really, really full. So, but it's very important for us to go forward because 2021 seem to be better if we do correctly. So, yeah, I would ask public health to really set a team together. That's all they concentrate on is working with public health, working with GVB for this, and not to have multitasking. But you're not going to accomplish anything.
Are you saying that there's no team in place to have these discussions with the Guam Visitors Bureau?
I think there's team in place, but they also, that's not the sole task. The sole task is do a lot of the stuff, including immunization, including testing, and other tasks that the public health have. So, yeah, there's I think they should have a team that's all they do is work in GVB and nothing else involved, because this is a huge task our island.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, that is a huge task, and it's kind of concerning that if we're planning to reopen on April 1st or May 1st.
I'm surprised there isn't like a task force, like a governor's council on reopening the island executive task force.
Yeah. Maybe there is, and we just don't know, right?
Maybe it's going to be announced tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope. Again, I think we are doing much better in 2021 to start with. So there's a lot of vaccine coming in. There's more in number every month. So we should be able to get where we are and really open up very, very soon. So, things change a lot, guys. And this week and next week might be totally different. So hopefully it go to a positive side. And that's how we look at it.
Thank you, Doc.
Appreciate it. Appreciate
You're
you.
welcome. Okay, be safe.
You too,
Bye,
Doc. You be
Sabrina.
safe, Dr. Holman.
Bye.
Right on.
Take
there
care.
you go. 7:39. So basically, Dr. Ho is saying quarantine. Not involved with that. That's expensive. He also talked about there should be some kind of council or body that works with GVB and maybe even the private sector to kind of figure out how to reopen tourism. At 7:39, we'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam next, right here on the link. Good morning.
Learn more. Self-storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
This is the new way to dine in. Choose a restaurant, make your order, get your food delivered fast, safe, and reliably. Make the dash to Uno Go. uno-go.com.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
.42. Good morning. It's Monday already. And that means we're getting the Mayor's Council of Guam President, Mayor Jesse Alec. Good morning, Mayor.
Off a day. Good morning.
Half a day.
How's it over there?
Well, you know, the sun is coming out. I was hoping it was going to rain today because we need the rain. That was definitely something I wanted to talk about.
Right.
the lack of rain and too much sun, too much wind, and too much fire.
Right on.
So one of the things that we're really, some of us mayors that are that have a lot of grasslands, we really remind our residents to not burn and call residents, call GPD, call GFD if your neighbors are burning, because we know in the past few weeks Dededo has seen many house fires, but in the south and in maybe even in the central portions of Guam, we see a lot of grass fires. And our fire department and our forestry people at agriculture, man, they work so hard at putting out those fires. And if you've never really been with any of them, then you don't know the extent of their work. And a lot of those people, they dedicate most of their hours of the day putting out those fires. And like they always say, it's man-made, right? So if, we're all used to burning at the back of the house, and we don't realize that those embers fly. And so we just really encourage everyone to not burn. And you need a burn permit from fire department. So encourage your residents, encourage your neighbors to get those burn permits from fire department, so that at least when they go to the fire department, they can let them know that they really should not be burning, especially because the weather. And this is the Lenten season, spring Guam. We all know that it's hot and it's dry and it's windy. And so any bit of rain is a blessing for us in these days. And so I heard the weather this morning, the weather report this morning, and so hopefully we get some kind of rain and moisture, so that we're not all prone to these fires. And so in PD, right, the Nimitz Hill area, it moves into Asen and over to Chalanpago and over to Santa Rita. That entire area is just absolutely crazy with fires. And like I said, if you've never seen the forestry people and the fire department out there putting out fires, you should try joining them, so not to burn. Yeah. But that's definitely one of the big deals. All the mayors get that notice from the National Weather Service and through Homeland Security. And so I know that we try our best to get it to our residents, but we just really need to let everyone know not to burn right now. And when you burn at home, you need a burn permit from the fire department.
Right. And, just over the weekend, you're right, it was terrible. Especially we got the video of Rancho Camacho subdivision in Talafofo. Oh, it was just, that fire was so huge. It was like crawling up and down the mountainside. And, in just grass fires in general, it's just terrible for the environment because of the erosion that it creates. And, when it rains and all of that washes down into, rivers, and sometimes even to I did a whole thing with EOG last year, right before COVID, and they were going to launch this drone that they got through federal grant funding, and you load it up with seeds, and then they goes up in the air and they drop it on the where the erosion is, because you need that natural filter for when it rains and the water goes into the river. So yeah, it's just a terrible deal. And you're right, these are man-made, at least according to environmental officials. So
right. And one of the things and that's interesting to know, because one of the things that I've done since I've been in office, and we do almost every summer, is we have a program with BSP and agriculture, and we do a Ridge to Reef program with the children, with the summer school kids. And that teaches them really about the effects of burning, washing your cars, right? And some of us live on the hill, some of us live down on the coast, so we know what the sedimentation does and how it does not help the reefs. Mm-hmm. And that's most of us live in this area. So it's definitely something good for our children to know, and it's good practice. So I'm hoping that we can push that out to the other villages as well, because it doesn't only affect PD, it really affects everyone on the island. And we live on an island, and we're surrounded by this reef, this beautiful reef that we're trying to preserve. So, and then actually that's going to morph into something else that I wanted to share that we don't normally share, and that's the fishing permit. Pago Tempun Kuresma, right? And it's Lent, and there's fish. Everyone wants to eat fish now, especially on Fridays.
Right.
Well, some of us, right? And one of the things that we don't push out too much are the fishing permits for the Atseng Preserve and the PD bomb holes. But we also hear a lot of, or many times we hear of arrests being made for illegal fishing. And what our residents need to know, all our residents, whether you're Chamorro, whether you're Gomanian, whatever it is you want to be, you need a fishing permit to fish in the PD bomb holes or the Atseng Preserve. And it's real simple. You just check the PD mayor's office or the Molesto mayor's office, and they tell you about the permit. They tell you what you can harvest, how you can harvest it. And at this point, it's very limited. You can only harvest a tulay, TL, and manyahat. And of course, everything is you cannot be in the ocean at the time. You cannot be in the waters. You have to be on the shore. You can enter the ocean or the waters to retrieve your net or your belongings, but you're not able to fish in the ocean. So that's, we get that renewal every month. We hope to get a renewal every month from agriculture. But one of the things that a lot of our people don't realize is that they need to get that permit from either agriculture or the PD or the Mariso mayor's office. Mm-hmm. And so, like I said, now that more people are fishing perhaps and looking for fish, you just want to do it right and make sure that we preserve, the fish for posterity.
Mm-hmm. And that special permit from the Department of Agriculture, that is available now until the 31st of March for anybody that's listening or watching. And again, that's just only right for the Atseng Bay Marine Preserve and PD bomb holes. So.
And that doesn't mean you can go and just kill all the skipjack. It's only the little guys, the Manyag and the E guys, and the Atulay.
Right. And you know what? For us, at least in PD, we try to we make that communication with the resident, and then we try to email it to them so that it's not they don't have to actually come to PD. Nobody wants to spend $4 on gas to come to PD, and nobody wants to.
Maybe you need to email them.
I'm a god.
Mayor, but what did you think about this whole Dr. Shea, Dr. Cabrera thing?
Dr. Cabrera was my doctor for a while.
You're not.
I'm still alive.
That's not exactly a glowing review.
I'd rather not get into it.
Well, you just did. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt this weekend when I was just thinking about it.
Just gotta laugh it off.
You gotta laugh it off, Lighten up. It's a meme. That just means that you made it. When they make a meme about you, guess what? You made it.
Okay, speaking about that, the homebound vaccination, because we're getting so many calls because of the Moderna delay and all. And so I heard you earlier as well. So all the homebound will be scheduled by public health. So I know it's a little delayed. And like Dr. Wen always says, it's okay to be a few weeks late. So we were trying to really put everyone at ease, all the homebound and the caregivers at ease, that public health will be calling you, notifying you, as they did in the first round of the first dose. And actually they're scheduled to begin this week to start all the southern villages like they did with the first dose, and it'll end with the northern villages by the end of the month, I believe. And so I just received that confirmation last week as well from public health. So I know that there were so many questions about it, and just how Manamco are, right? Everyone just kind of concerned, and so we really want to put them at ease that public health will be giving them their second dose, and everyone will be safe sooner or later.
Right. Was there anything else? Because I did have a question for you.
The two things that I want to remind our residents about. Number one is the emergency rental assistance applications. It's money that's for our people. They need to come and pick it up from our office. It's an application for rental assistance, or I know you guys always push it out and you can get it online. But we do have quite a bit of residents who still want to see the hard copy. We have all the mayor's offices have copies. I know that the Dedero mayor's office, they're such a large area that they've had to get additional copies. But regardless of whether or not the village is large or small, they can definitely give you a copy so that you can file your application with DOA and get the rental assistance. That's so important because everyone, that just kind of helps the economy, both the resident and the landowner or the property owner. So I'd like to push that out. And the other important piece of information that I wanted to share was DOA is doing a great job with the community learning centers, with the 13 that are open already. And I would like to see it, and most of us mayors would like to see it infiltrated through the villages, but we can't get it there if we cannot fully utilize the 13 that are already operating. And what's really important about it is all our children need help. All our students are going to need help sooner or later with their education in one way or another, whether you're kindergarten or whether you're a senior in high school. And the 13 centers are open Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, I believe. And we're just really asking the students and the parents to contact your nearest school or call your mayor's office for more information about the community learning centers that are available. And all these centers are really at school sites where they can utilize technology, where they can get assistance with the platforms that the teachers are using for their classes. And the reason why we'd like to push that out is because that's only 3 days out of the week, certain hours. And if we get to a point where we can get it to the villages and into the community centers and perhaps the mayor's offices, then we're able to help students at other times of the day and maybe even 5 days a week as opposed to just the 3 days. And like I said, so DOE is doing their part with the 13 that they have currently. But if then there is no need, then that how can we justify opening it up through the mayor's offices? And we want to have it available through the mayor's offices because then we can push it later, beyond 3:30, where it's probably more convenient for either the student or the parents. And so those are definitely the two things that I wanted to remind our people about.
Mayor, what's the status of the stray dog roundup? What village are you guys in? Just so people have a heads up.
So there is big status on that, and I'll talk about it as often as I need to because it's growing legs, Chris. So last week, it was a big deal that Jesse decides to call a meeting with the mayors and senators, and definitely senators show up and wonder why they're there. But then after that meeting, I received another invitation to Senator Rigel's office, which I'm very, very excited about. And we met a second time with GAIN and with agriculture. And we're definitely looking at two pieces of legislation that will help not only the mayor's side and help with the animal control issue or the stray animal issue, but a second piece of legislation that will hopefully address the needs of animal control at agriculture, so that once and for all, this issue of animal control is returned to the Department of Agriculture and not solely on the mayors and vice mayors. Because it's almost a 24-hour job for the mayors and the vice mayors and their staff to hear about stray animals. And definitely it's not our primary obligation. It's not our primary responsibility, but because it's within our village, we're definitely or within our communities, we're certainly not gonna let it go. So that's the biggest update, is that we're looking at two pieces of legislation that hopefully will come through Senator Rigel's office. And we did get confirmation. I spoke to several senators after that. If there are no other issues with those two pieces of legislation, that they definitely will support that. And I will be speaking with the governor to see if we can get her support as well. And again, that's definitely to address the mayor's concerns. So some of the mayor's concerns have concerns with PPEs, with animal control. So we don't have the proper equipment to secure the dogs or the cats, or to even trap them. And we're hoping to address those types of issues. But as far as where the next roundup is, I have no idea where the next roundup is. And I don't have an idea, because everyone should tie up their dog or cage them properly. And so I know that Mayor Paco is working with another village to start the roundup at another village other than Santa Rita.
So I do have a couple of questions, and one of them, it's related to the homeless situation, global dorms. It's just one shelter. We've been hearing about, they were going to open a second shelter, but that has never materialized. So Sarah Thomas Nedadog, the director of OHAP, she did mention that they're looking at the possibility of having multiple sites around the island. Have you heard anything about that, or can tell us a little bit more about it?
Well, perhaps next Monday I will have a lot of information. I did schedule a meeting with them this Thursday. So we will be meeting with them this Thursday at 11 with Sarah and her team to get more information on that and the process of that office. So
right on.
I don't have updated information.
Okay. What about the $661 million? Has the governor approached the mayor's council? Has the mayor's council approached the governor and her team about possibly getting any of this anticipated federal aid?
Biba Ms. Tomorrow. That's my first comment to that.
Hiya, day. See what happens when you guys elect a Republican mayor as your president? Now look.
Okay. All right. State of the Island address. It is tonight. Will you be attending? If not, what are you hoping to hear tonight from our Magahaga?
I will be attending. I will definitely be attending, and I'm excited to hear about our way forward and how we're going to use this $600 million. And I feel that $600 million in Adelute's pocket is definitely enough to satisfy not only the government side, but the private sector and to get our economy going. I know that I'm hopeful that we'll see a plan to use this money tonight. We'll hear about it, at least our initial plan. And just to answer your first question, yes, we have asked the governor for assistance with some issues with this fiscal year for the Mayor's Council of Guam, and we're hopeful. She has definitely given us her word that she would help us as much as she could. But definitely, we all could have our longer lists, and we try to be team players as well. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how the use of this money is going to be laid out for all of us.
Mayor, we definitely want to hear about the economy. I'm pretty sure half the speech is going to be kind of like, we did such a great job on COVID-19, but what other issues do you think that the governor should be addressing tonight?
Well, one of the long-standing issues, I think, that affects all of us is our hospital, right? So it's such a huge deal for us beyond COVID. And so after COVID, how is it that our hospital is going to become better? I know that she continues to talk about plans for a new hospital, but I'd like to see how that actually is going to pan out, simply because it really does affect all our residents. But first and foremost, that's definitely one of the things that I've been thinking about, because alone, I don't believe we could even fix our hospital alone. But with the infusion of this money, I'm sure we could get that taken care of. That's definitely one on my wish list.
What about crime?
Crime that connects definitely to drug abuse and alcohol abuse. And I know that I've always had a conversation with the lieutenant governor about how we could curb that and what we can do. I know we've supported mental health with grants for those types of treatments. But I would like to see in more villages, and that's definitely one of our topics that at our previous meetings with the Mayor's Council, is that we want to see more programs and more resources in the villages to address drug and alcohol abuse. And definitely that's, we'll be hopeful if that, hopeful to see how more money can be infused to that area. Because for us, really, I think it does stem with drug abuse and alcohol abuse, because if there's, they don't have the resources to purchase drugs or alcohol, then they're gonna steal. And that's not always the problem, but then it always moves into other issues like suicide and depression, right? And so all of those mental abuses or mental programs that I think need to be addressed should be addressed as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks.
All right.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
Adios.
Adios.
Okay, Esther, there's Mayor Jesse Allig of PD. He's the Mayor's Council of Guam president. Might give him a text later if he wanted to bring on anybody to react to the speech tomorrow morning. It'd be definitely good. And that's...
and we'll see him tonight because we will... Adriana Cotero will actually be over at the Guam Congress building for the address. And then I'll be here covering the address. So we'll have a show online and maybe on TV if we still have the time. But we are carrying the governor's State of the Island address 6:30 tonight on KUAM TV8. So I'd like to see what people, if you can, just call us up, 637-0094, or also just post a comment on our live stream on what you want to hear from the governor tonight. Definitely from me. Hopefully she'll lay out this plan for the $661 million and how what her plans are for economic recovery, but also just and equally important about drugs in our community and crime in our community, because we saw just in the past several weeks, I mean, these are violent crimes.
Murders. Beheading.
And I think it was in her last speech last year, she did reference the drug problem on our island.
She called it an epidemic.
Right.
Right.
So, and we know in just interviews we've done on the show that GORA is helping, providing some technical assistance to the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center to build a facility right on their property, and also to provide funding to renovate cottage homes that belong to the Department of Youth Affairs, but now are going to be used, I think, for drug rehab programs, and that's somewhere down south.
Yeah, I think one of the subjects that I'd like to hear the governor touch on, which I don't think she will, would be a lot of the corruption, the allegations of corruption, nepotism, this gambling probe. Agree with you too as well, Bree, that crime is definitely an issue that, I mean, it's just about to boil over. People were staying home because they had to during the lockdown, and I think we've reached a place where it's almost back to normal, unfortunately. And you know how our normal is here on Guam. Crime is a big issue. Violent crime, street crime, drugs, obviously very, very big. We get the rehab part, but what are we doing to bust and stem the flow of crystal meth, amphetamine into our island and onto the streets? I mean, are we just sitting back, letting the feds do all the work? Because that kind of seems like what the game plan is. So, yeah, I would love to hear the governor address those. Will she, though? I wonder, what kind of speech are you anticipating tonight, Bree?
Well, obviously she's going to talk about, the response to COVID and how we're leading the nation in vaccinations, and that probably will be what she'll talk about. But and the economy, and that's what I'm really wanting to hear about. What is the plan going forward?
But I think the plan for the economy is the $661 million.
Yeah, and I want to hear how we're going to be using this $661 million.
Let me tell you how they're going to give everyone pay adjustment, make everyone happy for the election, and then maybe there'll be some left over for the rest of us.
And that was interesting what the mayor brought up with the hospital, because that definitely exposed a lot of weaknesses in our healthcare system. And
we're very
also-
fortunate. I mean, it could.
Yes,
I mean, God,
we are.
thank you to the nurses, the doctors, everyone on the front lines, the staff over at Guam Memorial Hospital, because that was definitely our weak point. But through a combination, I believe, the grace of God, prayers, duct tape, Gorilla Glue, and help from traveling nurses and the DOD team of doctors that came through. I mean, it could have been way worse, guys. It was bad, right? But I don't know. I just believe that in a lot of ways our island is protected.
We'll probably maybe even see her celebrating our COVID heroes and our frontliners, our essential employees. I mean, usually they do.
Usually they do single out people in the speech, right?
Yeah.
And they'll say like, "Oh, this person did this or this person did that," and I mean, there's going to be no shortage of names to be dropped.
And the mayors were there from.
Yeah, I don't
since
think they're
ever
going to get a big thank you.
Well,
They should though, definitely, right? Yeah. So I mean, I think it's just going to be 95%. We beat COVID.
See.
Yeah, we will see. That's tonight, of course. So we'll be covering that 8:10 right now, Monday, March 8th. We're KUAM FM, Agotni, Guam. The Breeze, and let's go right into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Dan Mendiola, retired first sergeant Dan Mendiola, is an Army veteran, and I believe we're trying to get Marine vet Jose San Augustine. I don't know if that's him. Dan, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. How you guys doing?
We're doing pretty good. Did you talk with Mr. San Augustine? Because he did confirm that he was going to come on, but I'm not sure.
As a matter of fact, I did talk to him yesterday evening, and I told him make sure he set his alarm clock.
Right on. Well, I figure if he's a Marine, he's an early riser.
No,
So.
I've been on for like the past 30 minutes.
Oh, there he is. Yeah. So we don't have your camera.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Yeah, you know, it's so sad because this is a brand new laptop, and let me dial in using my cell phone so we can actually have
please.
video.
Right on. That'd
Sorry
be great.
about that.
No worries.
I didn't realize that the laptop does not have a camera on. Let me dial using my cell phone.
Does your laptop doesn't have a camera on it?
It doesn't.
Oh.
It doesn't, and it's a brand new camera.
Oh man, how much did you pay for it?
That's not one of those DOE laptops.
Well, it's one of those HPs.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
that's why. Yeah.
I got an HP, but it's an old one and it works.
Oh.
Yes.
You guys got to call the grandkids tonight to come and figure it out for you. First Sergeant Dan, we'll just go while Mr. San Augustine figures that out. We wanted to bring you on because we're getting Tim Muggan of Veterans Affairs coming on in just a little bit, but I apologize because of COVID and coronavirus, the pandemic. Usually I'm the one who's kind of reaching out to the veterans, and I know that we've had a lot of conversations over the last couple years, but something we haven't really heard about, pretty much since the last time we had the Veterans Committee from Congress come through the island, we haven't really heard from or for the veterans in a minute. So First Sergeant Dan, definitely wanted to get you on to find out, I guess, first of all, what type of conversation have you been having with the government of Guam regarding like veterans issues, veterans affairs? And I guess not just the government of Guam, we'll throw in Congressman San Nicolas there too. Have people been approaching you guys about the issues that you're facing?
I know, Chris, that has always been a probably like either a favorite subject that we need to talk about or something that I would like to talk about or my people would like to talk about. But again, prior to, I was watching the mayor, the president of the mayor, so talking about economics and about the COVID-19 and everything else. So we're kind of like, playing it very low, very little get together unless we really have to. I haven't had any formal meeting, monthly meeting whatsoever since we started the COVID-19 protocol. So every once in a while, I gather some people that are essential to some urgent matters, and we put forward and we try to tag people that we need to help us out. But in general, Vietnam Veterans of America, we're doing good. We have about 122 lifetime members right now, and about 24 associate life members. So we're up and alive and kicking.
What are some of the urgent matters and issues?
Some urgent matters is such as, we do have a liability. We do have the Coven. We have power and water to pay on that particular real estate. We got grass cutting that needs to be done. We have to take care of our statue. We have to maintain it. And, we're one of the very few nonprofit veterans organization that owns a piece of property, and that we always have to make sure we keep it up for so that we will not disrespect the village, the community with unsightly display of our little area. So
Well, it
we'll
looks
try to
good.
keep it up.
It looks good, First Sergeant. I wanted to just
it does look good.
go back here. We'll just start again, and I'm going to re-ask the question locally, right, with the local Veterans Affairs office headed up by Mr. Tim Uggan. What kind of conversations have you guys had about veterans issues? Because I know that at least Mr. Uggan says that this office has been faced with its own share of issues. And I know that Mr. St. Augustine, I believe, used to head up the local Veterans Affairs office under the former governor. So are you guys getting any feedback or anything from the local Veterans Affairs office?
Yes, we do. As a matter of fact, let me just lay out. Okay, around the latter part of December or January, for a long time, ever since Mr. St. Augustine was no longer the administrator, the director for VA down at ASCEN, we have kept low key in the Veterans Commission. They had an election of officers in January. We made it, and Joe St. Augustine is now the chairman for the Guam Veterans Commission. Roro Ada is the first vice chairman, and I am the second vice chairman for the Guam Veterans Commission. Mr. Lee Weber is our treasurer, and right now we're just trying to find somebody within our own group to be a secretary. We need a secretary back. We're just wondering, any of you two guys available? No. Okay. So that's where we are with that. As far as national veterans, of course,
Bring on Mr. St. Augustine first, Joe.
Okay.
Yeah. We're just checking. I think we have Joe's. So, Dan, just to be clear, because there's so many.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Joe
different.
a chance to get in.
Yeah, he's coming in. There's a lot of different veterans organizations. So, the Guam Veterans Commission, which one is this?
I'm on a Zoom. I'll call you back.
There you go. Okay, unmute Mr. St. Augustine.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
Yeah, I apologize for I was playing with the cell phone, learning. I think my speaker's too loud. Yeah.
Go ahead and.
No, I'm hearing you this way.
We're picking you up, Joe.
Your audio's good.
Yeah. So again, guys, can you clarify Guam Veterans Commission? Which one is this? Because I know the congressman also had a veterans group, and then so again, what's the Guam Veterans Commission, and what do you guys do?
So I'm actually the chair of the Guam Veterans Commission, and my tour started just this past January. So this particular commission goes on for 3 years total. As Dan alluded earlier, he's the second vice. We have Roro Ada, who's our first vice.
No, you muted him.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We're getting a reverberation.
Go ahead, Jose. Oh. No, it's still muted.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay,
Yes.
you're good. You're good now. Sorry about that.
Okay, so what we do as a commission is actually hear and look out after issues that are facing our veterans and their families, and work with the legislature and the executive branch, which is sponsored by Tim Uggan, who is the current director of the state VA office, to remedy or address those issues, and of course by law try to influence to make slight changes so that it could entertain and accommodate those challenging issues that continue happen within our veterans community. I could say this, that in the short time that Mr. Tim Uggan and his team has taken over the Guam Veterans Affairs Office and the cemetery, I am very, very happy with their performance. Tim and the team has came a long ways to make a lot of improvements down at the cemetery and the services that are provided at the Guam Veterans Affairs Office to address many of the issues and challenges that we continue to have with the cemetery down there, especially. But also they have on board a total of 4 veteran service officers, which allows for more increase of veterans and family needs for those that need assistance. What I see in the past, because I was with the VA office for almost 2 years during the last administration, is many of our veterans do not come in and register with the VA office. Are you guys still there, or am I by myself?
No, we're just letting you talk. Yeah.
I was like, am I talking to myself? And so many of them kind of wait till the last minute when they're really ill to seek assistance. It's so sad because the past year it is difficult for Tim Uggan and the team to actually go out there and do some outreach to get the word out and reach out to our community as the way I did it when I was there, so that we can let them know what services are available, what their purpose is, and what we're able to provide based on the federal and state law. And there's a lot that we could do. Now, what happens here is where the veteran frustrates is that there's a system in place that has been implemented by the federal VA, and that's utilizing the phone. Yeah, we understand that many of our veterans, those elderly and those that are probably unemployed, cannot afford to have phones. So it's difficult for them to actually seek help. And that's one of the things that Dan and I are talking about. How can we get phones to these people so that they are able to call that 1-800 number or that VA number or the community-based outreach clinic or the Naval Hospital if they need help. And in the absence of that, those that do have cell phones, do not utilize the system like it's designed. So they tend to lose patience, when you get the operator on, and the first thing that comes on is if you have COVID-19, but what they're calling for is actually an appointment. And so they have to go to a series of, the answering machine process, and many of them kind of lose patience and then lose hope. I've tried using the system before and the system works. It's just that you have to actually be patient, listen to the menu and follow the menu, and it'll take you to where you need to go. So one of the outreach and of course, being the Vet Commission chair, is I'm looking forward to really working with Mr. Tim Uggan. I am very pleased with Tim because he's a very positive person who wants to do an outreach and reach out to as many veterans as we could, so that we could suppress some of these unnecessary comments that are being said out there, where the service is no good because you've been there, you were denied service, and give up, it's no good. So still happening when an individual gets assistance from the Guam Veterans Affairs Office. They turn in their documents. It's reviewed by the medical experts to determine what their percentage will be. And when they come back saying, 0% or we need more evidence, they tend to give up. And, believe it or not, we still have folks that are Vietnam vets that are just now starting to receive some type of percentage based on some of the findings that the federal VA was able to conclude. They are determined to be of service-related injuries. So some of the outreach that we want to do, because many of our folks, especially the younger ones, when you say service-related, some of them, because they were on active duty and went on liberty and were injured, they don't foresee that as a service-related because they were on liberty. Well, the thing is, while they were on active duty and they encountered that injury, that is service-related injury. So, reaching out there and providing more information so that we get these people to visit us and better inform them of how the system works and what we could do is where we come in. And I look forward to working with Dan, Roro, Ada, and Lee Weber, and of course the executive branch and the legislative branch to seek ways to give more attention to our veterans. I was told by a very seasoned veteran that the legislature looks at the veterans as down at the bottom of the barrel. Right. And I refuse to accept that, to make that happen. I think what needs to happen is that we let the legislature know what is it that we're dealing with and seek their assistance, so that we could get more funding to get more personnel into the Veterans Affairs Office and down at the cemetery to address these challenges, and also programs that we could pursue to be able to go out there and do outreach in each and every community, so that the word gets out, and whatever things that veterans doubt that they experienced in the past doesn't mean that's an ongoing thing.
Right. Well, that's disappointing to hear that you guys are at the bottom of priorities. I'm a proud daughter of a veteran. My dad retired from the military years ago.
Absolutely.
So that's kind of frustrating.
Who's the oversight chair over there at the legislature for veterans?
It's Peter Terlai, what I understand. And Chris Reyes and Tony Ada, who's the assistant.
I'd like to ask you, gentlemen, the congressman, he was here on island, was it about a couple weeks ago? And usually, at least in the past, previous congress people, they've held meetings with veterans on island when they visit. And so I'm just kind of wondering if you guys had that opportunity to meet with Congressman St. Nicholas when he was here. I know he toured, the Marine base, but...
No, I have not. And the thing, Bree, is of course, the COVID became an issue, right?
But we're meeting via Zoom.
The meetings, no, I have not. The meetings we've had in the past was actually an advisory council when Delegate Madeline Berdallo was on board. Right, yeah.
So let me ask you.
So that happens, that happens at least once a month, right? And so when Delegate Mike St. Nicholas came on board, the old advisory council kind of just went off to the side. But I've been talking to Dan that I would like to revive that organization, because that is actually the path into needing a lot of assistance from the federal side of the house, having the delegate involved.
Right. Joe, let me ask you, because during the delegates' State of the Congress speech last year, he made a big deal about this Congressional Veterans Advisory Committee, which was supposed to be headed up by former senatorial candidate John Ananich. But what have you guys heard from that CVAC, that Congressional Veterans Advisory Committee? Have you had any discussion, engagement, anything?
No, we have not yet, Chris. But I am quite confident that once we make the attempt to network and let them know that this is our vision and this is the type of help that we're looking for from this particular delegate, I'm sure we should be able to revive the advisory council.
Wait, so is it
the
dead?
Past, for whatever reason, go ahead.
Is
Chris.
it dead that it needs to be revived? Because we haven't heard anything, or is it still active? Do you know, Dan?
Are you addressing that to me?
Yeah, the CVAC, the Congressional Veterans Advisory Council.
At the onset, I was at the very first meeting when Senator Mike Nicholas wanted to start the council or continue. At that time, there was very little attendance in the council, and it needs to be reorganized.
So no.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Let's bring on Tim Uggan.
No, there's just some feedback.
Yeah, there's someone's microphone is on there. We bring on Veterans Affairs Director Tim Uggan via Zoom. Tim, good morning.
Unmute, Tim.
Unmute.
Hi, Tim.
Hey, Tim.
Hi, good morning.
Morning. I guess we'll just start there. We were talking about the Guam Veterans Commission and then the Congressional Veterans Advisory Council. Is that even still a thing, Tim?
So I know that Bill Cundiff is part of the Veterans Minority Group, which is, I actually got an email this morning from the Secretary of Veterans Administration requesting for nominations or renewal of his, let me pull it up here real quick. Sorry. Yeah, so he's a member of the VA Secretary Committee on Minority Veterans. So that's something I just received via email. So that's the only participation that I know of. I know there was talk about what the congressman, his intentions were, but I'm not aware of anybody being appointed or recommended for that.
So you guys don't talk with the head of it, former senatorial candidate John Ananich, at all about veterans issues or anything?
I don't know his information or contact information. What is his role again?
I just know that during the congressman's speech last year, he said that he was appointing John Ananich as the head of the Congressional Veterans Advisory Council, but we haven't heard anything since then.
Can I elaborate on that?
Yeah, please, Dan, please.
As I was saying earlier, that I happened to attend the meeting of the congressman when he wanted to revive the council. So first of all, we want to look at what's the council, or what's the difference between the council advisory group and the Guam Veterans Commission. Well, the Guam Veterans Commission is the state commission that gathers information and tries overall to help the veterans, to include things that are being done at the Veterans Office in Assen. The council's primary mission is to take care of the federal side of the house. These are a group of leaders coming from all the different veterans organizations as much as they can. Either the Purple Heart, VVA, Korean War veterans, and everything else. They're all welcome to be part of the council. And the council is the one actually that has the clear pathway to address federal problems. The state can request, or the state can put subjects and matters to be discussed. But sometimes in the past, we have relayed that message to the council because they seem to be more appropriate to carry the business forward to get it alleviated. The first meeting with Mike St. Nicholas was that it did not go well. Let me just make it short. It did not go well. He has a different vision of how to organize it. He wanted to bring in the active duty leadership, such as the National Guard, the Army Reserve, Air Force, active duty that are interested in coming. And I think his overall point in that is that he wants support together with the VA, with the council that he is going to organize or put together. He wants some backups. He wants some stakeholders from the active duty component. And that's how I understood it. But after that, I did relay the message that if he needs any more help on it and if he wants to continue, give me a call. But I never did get a call from him. So it's laying and waiting right now.
How long ago was that? I'm sorry.
Part of the reason I must say in the past that Chris has mentioned some leadership from that are involved with the Military Affairs Committee in Washington, D.C. They came here with Madeline because they are the most appropriate people to accompany Madeline to come to Guam to find out what are the problems here, because they're the ones that introduce bills, not Madeline. She's part of the committee, but she's not really a number one person up there to submit bills to Congress.
Right.
So that's why we have our representative from Florida. I forgot his name, and a few others that normally she brings to Guam, probably before Memorial Day sometimes or before election. And we have a little meeting and discuss veterans business.
But there was a town hall, right, Dan? Under
Town
this
hall meeting
congressman.
are welcome. All we have to do is request for it.
But I just want to go back just to clarify. So when Congressman St. Nicholas came into office, the Guam Veterans Commission, because we talked about this before, that was kind of like the group that was taking their concerns to former Congresswoman Madeline Berdallo. But when Congressman St. Nicholas came in, he was basically like, I want to make my own group. And I want to do it this way.
Entity right now up there. No veterans entity unless it's just an individual lodging a complaint through his office.
And so he had announced at the speech last year that he was going to touch up the Congressional Veterans Advisory Council to be headed by senatorial candidate John Ananich. And that's kind of the last we heard about it, and there hasn't been anything. So let's just bring on Tim. So Tim, since we're not getting anything out of the congressional office, at least organized, what does that leave you kind of doing locally here?
Well, yeah, I totally understand that the congressman and his office are tied up and busy up at the Hill. But first of all, Chris, I just want to thank our newly inaugurated Veterans Commission officers in Mr. Dan Mignola and Joe Tsunami. It has been a great start, and with new faces, and we share the same vision, is to improve our customer service, provide an avenue accessible to all veterans, and because they served and they deserve what they definitely need for them and their families. In regards to operating, I have the full support of the governor and the lieutenant governor. I have restructured, reorganized, built from the ground up. And currently we are seeking federal grant funding to supplement our shortfalls in the budget, both for fiscal year 21 and 22. That being said, there was an audit done in 2018 We submitted our corrective action plan in December. Our second increment of accomplishments, and I am pleased to announce that we are 95% completed, and we should be eligible for to apply for grants on April 1st or March 31st. We should be 100% come full circle on discrepancies that has been preventing this agency from receiving federal grant money.
I'm just wondering how disappointing is it for you guys that there's no group or representation, no one fighting for you guys in Congress, it appears.
I mean, was that just an election thing or what? Because I felt like senatorial candidate John Ananich was out here like, I care about the veterans, I'm going to do this. But it was during the election, guys, so I don't know if that was just like an election thing, because there's nothing. I mean, it's embarrassing. It's frustrating.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah.
I have this vision and an idea or understanding with, and we understand when you're running for office, especially legislature, you tend to come out with a lot of promises, a lot of support, a lot of thoughts into the veterans, and they actually feel that they're on the spot when they say that. But one of the problem is there need to be a connection between the group such as the Guam Veterans Commission to continually pass on information to those senators that talk about helping the veterans so that they could be updated. They're not being updated right now. They're not being updated, and it's up in the air on a lot of veterans issue. And I think that's a step forward. It's an initiative in the commission's part for us to just not meet once a month and listen to the veterans. Of course, we got the veterans complaint, but those complaints need to be addressed on a periodic basis to Senator Piru Titlahi or to Tony Ada. And I think it's fair to pass that information on, because I'm sure that these are very knowledgeable people and they can help us. They're like stakeholders in a way.
Yeah.
Can I guess, Tim, this may be a question for you, just from one of our online viewers. The ASIN office doesn't help vets at all because they aren't certified or can't just do what they can, always blaming everyone.
Can I answer a little bit of that before Tim?
Sure.
We have to fully understand the complete tour of a veteran service officers. Mm-hmm. You have two types of veteran service officers. You have a certified VA veteran service officer. Now that officer has to be trained, whether you send him off island or they send a liaison team here to train him, and after that they are fully certified by the Office of the Adjutant OG VA. They're the ones that issue the official certificate for a fully and nationally recognized veteran to help veterans. And that's important because they're online, they can do the paperwork and also get up-to-date training on what's happening. Now, there's another type of veteran service officers, such as the ones in the organization. The ones in the organization, not that I know of, they don't have the national VA certification. So what they do is they cater to any veteran that comes to them and ask him, and they will pass on the knowledge and help them as much as they can. But the problem with that is they are not fully aware of the changes within the filing system. They're not. So it's very, go to ASIN. You need to go to ASIN, or you need to go to the cargo section once they open up, or they're taking appointments right now if you have something to file. But they need to communicate. I mean, it's as simple as that. Right now, I think, Tim, in Asan, you have 2 certified?
4.
Okay,
4.
they are 4. Thank you. Okay, these are the people to go. And my advice to the veterans that are putting in paperwork for claims, don't bounce back and forth. Don't be a musical chair with the veteran service officer. If you don't like number 1, because you will go to number 1 service officer, you don't like the way he talked to you or the paperwork is slow, don't run to number 2. I mean, this is what's confusing. We need to cut that down. We need to launch our paperwork, and we need to stay with this one VSO. It's important.
Mm-hmm.
So the paperwork will be online and not staggered. That's what's doing a lot of these problems. One of the problems is some of the cases are also, they're going to a center. Some of these guys complain to me that how come my paperwork is in Texas? Well, your paperwork is in Texas because Honolulu is back up. So they send it to Texas because there's only like 12 on the waiting list for services. That's how we get these people quickly. That's why they're sending your paperwork. They're outsourcing your paperwork to the other VSOs to make a determination and send it back to Honolulu and say, this is what we're looking at. So that's all I got to say on that, unless anybody has anything else.
So Tim, so just to respond to that question from the online viewer regarding certified staff. So you said you had 4 out of how many there?
We only have 4, and all of them are all nationally Veteran Administration certified, accredited. And I'm not sure when was the last time this individual went down to ASCENT, but I'm here to tell you that we are very capable, and the VSOs are accredited with the Veterans Administration, and we welcome all veterans to ASCENT office.
4, do you guys plan on bringing more staff on board? Go ahead.
And what's the process? Did I miss that? They go off island for training?
Yes, they explained the process.
Okay.
So, I did submit the increase in staffing pattern in my 22 fiscal budget, but can't say what I can't control, right? So, you live with what you got, and we're surviving right now with what we got. But to be frank with you, yes, I did submit additional bodies to increase our veteran service representatives from 4 to 6, in line with our vision on growing and improving our customer service and adhering to all the federal guidelines. So yes, the answer was yes, and it's up to the general fund or their lack of in providing the money to the Veterans Affairs Office.
Guys, we're kind of up against some time issues here, but Mr. San Agustin, I wanted to just, as a former Veterans Affairs director yourself, and now the chair of the Guam Veterans Commission, how are you guys going to work together moving forward with Tim and the VA office here locally? Unmute, sir.
Unmute Mr. San Agustin. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, moving forward with a positive vision to serve the veteran community. And the way this works is both he and I are very knowledgeable of what's going on within the Guam Veterans Affairs Office and the cemetery. We are very inclined to improving our relationship and veterans organization so that we could make things right the best that we could. I am confident that we could outreach many of our missing link organizations to include the Office of the Delegate and the senators so that we could influence them with what changes and needs that we need to do in order to fulfill the neglected mandates that has broken the confidence of our veterans. And so I know Tim Uggan has a community outreach individual that he had assigned. We will be working closely to be able to make this happen. Many challenges ahead. However, I am very confident, and I say this with confidence, that I will be able to reel in both from the Mike St. Nicholas' office and the senators, and to build the veterans community so that we continue to do the good things that they deserve. I will like to get rid of the rumors that we are at the bottom of the barrel, because when we went and served, we did not tell the community or the world that they are at the bottom of the barrel. We went in and we fought for freedom that we enjoy now. And with that mindset, we're going to do good things for the veterans community, and we're not going to give up. And you could tell from my face that this hurts when our veterans are in need, and their family. And believe it or not, even the civilian counterparts suffer, because just about every family here in Guam has a veteran. And so, some of the things that we're really honing in right now to mitigate are the suicide incidents that are taking place, and the homelessness. We're going to focus on that and try to partner up with different organizations so that we could better assist and better advice of how to go about to really mitigate a lot of these challenges that continue to come up unexpectedly, within our community. It's painful, and that's why we're here. And that's why I wanted to be a commission chair, so that we could continue to move forward and do good things for our veterans community and their family. And I hope that makes sense to you guys.
Oh, definitely. 100% makes sense. And best of luck to you guys in making sure that our veterans' voices are being heard. And Tim, good to hear that that you're getting some good marks for what you're doing over there.
Yeah.
So thank you, gentlemen. And I know for sure we'll be hearing more from you guys in the future.
Yeah. Dan, I'll be in touch after the show. I'm going to give you guys a ring. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing us your time.
Right on.
Thank you guys. Have a great day.
Okay,
Have a
we'll
great
see
day.
you.
Have a day. Thank you.
Okay, Joss. Yeah, I was just looking at this Congressional Veterans Advisory Council. There was a Facebook page that was created last year. But I mean, this is something that I actually covered this when I was on the news team. And these veterans, there's just really no level of care that I think we can provide that would really just show them how grateful we are for a lot of the sacrifices that they've made. But just because that's being said, I think we just got to do better. I mean, traditionally, they've said during this term that they just get nothing out of the congressional office. So, I mean, really, I don't want to get too much into it, but it's frustrating because there was just a whole big... they made a parade out of it last year during the election with John Ananich, and it's really sad to hear these veterans like Dan and Jose coming on here and saying they just don't hear anything at all. It's frustrating. 8:52 here on the link, Monday, March 8th. Something that you will be hearing tonight, the governor's State of the Island address, delivering her second State of the Island address speech.
Is it second or third?
Second or third?
2019?
I don't know. There was a whole year I lost track of.
We just totally skipped
I just
2020.
Which one is it, Crystal?
It's the third.
Oh my God!
You canceled 2020, right?
I just it's done. I'm done with it. Okay, so her third State of the Island address. Crystal Pacos and Augustine, of course, the communications director for the office of the governor.
All right, Crystal. What can we expect tonight?
So tonight, Governor Lilian Guerrero will be delivering her third State of the Island address at the Guam Congress Building. That will start at 6:30 p.m. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, it is an invitation-only event. We do, however, invite the public to tune in. There are several ways to watch. The Guam Legislature's YouTube channel, they'll be streaming it. PBS Guam's YouTube channel will also be streaming it. The governor's Facebook page will be streaming it. The legislature channel, as well as PBS Guam channel 12. So again, due to COVID-19 restrictions, we can't have everyone. We wish we could invite all of Guam to watch, but we do invite you to watch on TV or via your mobile device. Tune in, learn about the state of the island, what we foresee 2021 and beyond to look like. Governor Leon Guerrero will be reflecting on the past year, of course. We can't ignore how much COVID-19 changed our lives, Chris. I know you want to forget 2020, but we can't just forget it ever happened. While she is expected to reflect on how COVID-19 has changed our lives, COVID-19 did provide us a great opportunity to press the reset button and to look towards the future. And so now's the time for a new beginning. We obviously cannot go back to normal. We have to embrace this new normal that we've been talking about so much since the pandemic. And so just to remind you what year one was 2019. That was our first State of the Island address. The theme was the state of the island is promising. Year two, which Chris forgot about, is the state of the island is stronger.
Right.
And year three, which would be tonight, which she would be delivering her State of the Island delivering tonight, is rebuilding anew. Again, COVID-19 providing us this great opportunity to press reset. What it really needs now as we look towards the future. Governor has talked extensively about getting the health of our people in order. And now that we've made so much progress with our COVID-19 response, the CAR score is low, it's stayed low. We are expecting a change in our CDC risk level this week. We also have one of the highest vaccination rates in the nation. So it's very promising that we've made significant progress to move from response to recovery, and recovery most especially of our economic health.
Crystal, now that we've talked about it, I do remember now all three of the speeches. I remember the first one. I remember last year's speech was kind of like right before the coronavirus.
Right before everything happened.
Right.
It was just a few weeks before COVID-19 started here on Guam, March 15, of course, marking our 1 year anniversary of the first 3 confirmed COVID cases here on island. And so, as you know, she laid out that plan. Then the pandemic shook all of the world, and a lot of those plans and initiatives came to a screeching halt. And then some of them were expedited or sped up rather. Like the homeless plan. The homeless plan we saw, go into the forefront because COVID-19 magnified a lot of existing issues, such as our pandemic with suicide, such as homelessness, such as our fragile healthcare system. And so we definitely had to focus on those things, and she will be addressing those tonight.
I wanted to ask just your opinion, or if the governor had an opinion on this back and forth between Dr. Cabrera and Dr. Shea.
I know that Governor Leon Guerrero really takes the advice of her medical advisors and the teams we have in place, the surgeon cell, the physicians advisory group, the VAPPC, the Vaccination, Antiviral Policy and Prioritization Committee. And so when we hear doctors or medical professionals arguing against some of the advice that we're giving, it is concerning. It's very concerning when it could potentially, change how people, how people respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. Again, most of the COVID-19 pandemic, we needed people to respond, and they were behavioral changes. That's how we beat COVID. That's how we make progress with COVID, keep the CAR score down, the positivity rates down, is that we make these behavioral individual choices. And to hear medical professionals go on the record arguing against some of the mitigation measures we put in place is very concerning. But again, I'll leave the doctors to. I don't have an MD at the end of my name, so maybe a PhD one day, but not an MD, and so I can't join this argument. But again, very concerning. Again, Dr. Cabrera being our chief medical officer, we do stand behind him.
Having said that the governor, the administration stands behind him, did the governor sign off on the letter of complaint, or will the governor be signing off on the letter of complaint that will be filed with the Guam Board of Medical Examiners?
That's possible. It's definitely possible. I haven't got an update. It's I'm missing my morning meeting right now, but I'll get an update on that. It's very likely. It's very likely.
Very likely that she will sign off on the letter of complaint.
I do know there are discussions underway about it. That's why.
How do you kind of balance, because I understand what you guys are saying about Dr. Shea, but I don't believe at any point he ever said anything like, don't wear a mask or COVID is a lie. I feel like his criticisms, although I also understand where Dr. Cabrera is coming from, I feel like they were just criticisms of the government's policy and response to the coronavirus, which last time I checked, I kind of feel like people are well within their rights to criticize or, call into question any of these policies. So I'm just saying it kind of seems to me like a slippery slope where you have the chief medical officer of the government of Guam saying that basically he's going to go after a doctor who is just being critical of the policies that are being enacted and by the government of Guam. So to me, it's kind of like you have the government persecuting in some way someone who is well within their rights. Like any of us out here, we can go all day and criticize any part or policy with the coronavirus response. You see what I'm saying, Crystal? It kind of seems like it's because I don't think you can point to any one. You guys keep saying like, oh, Dr. Shea is critical of this, but tell me one policy or any statement that he had made that jeopardized lives or made him a menace to society or a danger to the community, like Dr. Cabrera said.
Well, I can't think of one example, was quarantine. He was very against quarantine, and quarantine has continually proven to be a very effective mitigation measure, especially with controlling community spread. And we keep quarantine in place because we know it works. We're able to keep that community spread low, and which is why the people of Guam are able to enjoy some of the more businesses being open, more services, more social gatherings now at 25. And so we stand behind quarantine, and quarantine works. And so that's one example I can think of at the top of my head.
So because he didn't agree with the quarantine policy, you guys think that he jeopardized lives?
I can't speak further on it.
So let's get back to this, the state of the island, rebuilding anew, right? That's the theme for tonight. Will we be hearing anything from the governor in terms of how what's anticipated, the $661 million? Will we be hearing how she plans to utilize and prioritize that funding?
Yes, that is definitely in tonight's speech. As we know, $661 million, that's a lot of money to inject into our economy to help us in our recovery efforts and moving forward as we embrace this new normal. That definitely will be included in tonight's speech.
Okay. Will we be hearing anything about drugs, crime? I mean, in the last speech, she did talk about, drugs being an epidemic. I think it's gotten worse since then. So what will we be hearing tonight?
You can expect the top three to be covered, of course: healthcare, public safety, and education. And that would include drugs as well.
Anything more?
But
than
as
that,
you know, the administration's stance on drugs, aside from stopping drug trafficking, is also treatment, being a holistic effort to ensure that there's treatment and services available to those who are battling that.
What about and this isn't, maybe it'll be discussed, the we've been hearing from the Physicians Advisory Group, I can't remember who was on before him, but they were talking about restarting the economy in May. And I'm not sure if that's the same as saying restarting tourism in May, because previously we've been hearing the 1st of April. So is there a change in that target deadline from April to May now?
April to May. So actually, Governor Leon Guerrero did say that publicly during the, I believe, ribbon cutting at the Guam International Airport Authority, that the tourism, we're eyeing May as the opening date. So again, we expect to make an announcement about that in the coming weeks, but I don't expect her to discuss that tonight.
Okay. Anything else?
Just that we encourage the people of Guam to tune in. again, for several ways to watch. That's Guam Legislature channel, PBS Guam, the governor's Facebook page, the legislature channel on PBS, KGTF channel 12. So please tune in. We're tracking about just under an hour long speech, a lot of things to cover. Again, public safety, healthcare, and education, of course, will be covered, but how we move from today into the future, again, with the COVID-19 world and how the pandemic has changed inevitably changed our lives.
All right.
Right on.
Thanks, Crystal.
Thank you, Crystal.
All right. Bye.
See you.
Yeah, so she's giving the State of the Island address, 6:30 p.m. That is tonight. KUAM will be carrying that address on KUAM TV 8. That's in partnership with PBS Guam, and also we will be streaming it live on our Facebook page. Well, also, Adriana Cotero will be down there. I'll be here at the station. We'll be recapping some of the things that the governor said, and also have reaction from the Republicans and Democrats on what they thought about the address and the theme of rebuilding anew.
There you go. It's 9:03. We're going to play the back and forth with Dr. Shea and Dr. Cabrera, but I wanted to kind of go into some of the comments here as Rosemary.
I just remember, you're right. That was interesting when we asked her about whether or not the governor will be signing off on the letter of complaint that Dr. Cabrera, I'm not sure he even filed it yet, but she said is likely.
Yeah, which I feel like is kind of crazy. But and I want to go into the comments here.
Okay.
Rosemary Laguatnia writes, there were too many directives given out that were highly questionable, and answers from various administrators were not in sync with one another. Talking about the COVID response. Paloma writes, it's okay to be critical, but Dr. Shea often goes on as a medical expert in cases and in congressional hearings, despite his specialty not being infectious diseases. His white coat gives him credibility when the credibility in this situation isn't warranted. Elliot also writes, he also likes to flip-flop. First he wanted martial law, now he wants to open things up. Seems like to him Hawaii is the gold standard and we should follow them. But again, those things, like, I don't think they warrant dangerous speech. Right? I don't think he's yelling fire in the movie theater. And I mean, guys, I've said a lot of times here that I got some issues with some of the things that Dr. Shea says. I agree, but I just don't think that they veer off into the realm of, there's his opinion, sure. But I mean, for the government to kind of like go after him, I think it's scary. I mean, who are they going to come after next? They don't like if we're being critical. Is someone going to file a complaint about the media asking tough questions? I mean, lo and behold, it's hard enough when you ask these guys a tough question, they disappear. They disappear. That's why we don't get the governor on here. That's why we don't get the lieutenant governor on here. Yeah. And I think what was very concerning is, and I understand Dr. Cabrera is kind of new as a public employee, but I mean, it sucks, right? It sucks that when you're a public employee, people can be critical of the policies. They can be critical oftentimes of the person. But I just have an issue with, like, now what, the governor's going to sign a complaint, or they're going to try and, like, strip off Dr. Shea's doctor badge over this? Over what? Because he might have made a meme, or because he disagreed with the governor's policies? This is a free country. I'm sorry, it is. I don't even agree with half the stuff Dr. Shea says, but I definitely don't want to be the next person, or Sabrina be the next person, or Joe Sir be the next person that they're going to put their crosshairs on because we don't like some of the ideas or the way they handle this pandemic or anything. I mean, it doesn't even have to be the pandemic. It could just be regular day-to-day operations of hiring your now. Right? So that's why I say it's a slippery slope, because Dr. Shea, although I don't agree again, I feel like he's not veering off into crazy. I mean, maybe he's like, we're kind of right on the edge, but he's not. He's not veering off. He's not saying burn your masks. He's not saying run out of quarantine. These guys, to me, it's like, I'm really sorry. You got to grow a thicker skin. You know what I mean? From the governor on down, people are able to, it's so basic. God, I roll. Like, why do I have to explain this crap? People are able to be critical and criticize and talk about these issues. I don't know. God, I feel stupid just having to explain this to you guys. But, I mean, we have our government they're pulling out all the stops. The governor might even sign off on this complaint. And what are they going to do? They're going to force Dr. Shea to only post nice things about the administration? That's not his job. That's why they have a digital engagement manager. That's why they have their guy to spew out all the propaganda. It's not our job to kiss your ass. It's just not. I'm sorry. Sorry, Bree. This is dangerous. I'm telling you, this is dangerous.
no,
It's a slippery slope. We see the reactions from the media on the media side. We ask not even a tough question, a normal question. Like, why'd you hire your nyao? Or, Governor, could you have done this better? And it's like, we don't see them again. And I think Dr. Cabrera and man, I like the guy. We get him on all the time. I'm not saying he hasn't done anything good for the pandemic, but I'm sorry, you're a public employee and people can now be critical of that. And I get it that it's not, the best thing, but anyway, let's just play these clips to get right into it. In case you missed it.
And when this letter of complaint is filed, I don't know if it's going to be public because it is going to be filed with the GBME. But hopefully, if Dr. Shea is a subject of it and gets a copy, we can actually speak with him and see what exactly is the complaint about, because all we know based on the interview with Dr. Cabrera was
which we're going to play.
Public safety.
Right on. A menace to society, I believe, were his words. Okay, 9:09. So again, this is, in case you missed it, it was on a Friday. I know Friday, you guys are rushing into the weekend. Not everyone has time to sit here by the link all day. So we're going to first play this clip where Sabrina had asked Dr. Cabrera about a false positive COVID-19 test. And here we go. I guess, again, this is the link. It's 9:09. We're KUAM-FM, Agotni, Guam.
Are you guys, a public health, receiving, I guess, complaints or concerns about false positives?
So false positives are not dangerous. False negatives are the danger. Okay, we take any positive very seriously because of the risk that it may have, not just for we're obviously concerned about that person's well-being, but public health's responsibility is the entire public safety. And so, these processes have been in place. We didn't just change it recently or anything like that. This is why we're doing well right now. It's one of those things where, like, look at the scoreboard. We are doing well because we follow our policies and because we put them in place and because we have expert opinions that help guide us. I'm an expert in some things, and when I'm not, I seek other experts' opinions. And so that's the key part here. And let me just be very clear here. Everyone's entitled to their opinions. And there has been very vocal opinions about this, including some medical persons. But you're not entitled to your own facts. And that's very key here. And when you try and say things and try and advocate for one person using incorrect facts, you put the whole community at danger, at risk. And that's a pattern that we've seen from this one particular physician. And this has been ongoing throughout the pandemic, where he uses this altruistic platform, and all it does is actually put everyone else at risk. And we saw this especially toward the end of July and early August. And what happened back then? We had a spike. And I'm not saying that he caused the spike. I'm saying that you can't contribute to anything that pushes the spike up. That we as a community have to do our best to help ensure that we protect as many people as possible. Now, I know I'm on a soapbox here a little bit, right? And I'm seeing your eyes getting big.
Oh no, I've just never seen this side of you.
I like it, Doc. I like it. I like it.
No, this is really important here because I felt Guam.
Guys, he's talking about Dr. Shea.
Back then.
Yeah.
I felt Guam tremendously. And I think everyone here knows that I'm not afraid to say when I'm wrong or when we're losing. Back in October, I said we were losing against COVID. We were losing the fight. And it was true and it was real. And it was a wake-up call to everybody. What happened after that? We turned stuff around, right? By Thanksgiving, our CAR score was below 5, and we're doing well. And part of what makes us get better is really recognizing where we need to improve. And that was very clear back in July and August in particular. And all this talks about trying to set people free, and it's not about freedom and because it's about everyone else's freedom. And that when one person is a potential risk, that we have to balance that with the community's risk. And when you lose sight of that, and when some person wants to have who is an extreme narcissist, say it again, a narcissist by definition will always use the soapbox they need to get that attention. And that's usually whatever's opposition to what the is the leading word and consensus amongst those who are in the position of actually making these decisions. And when you're not an expert, when you're not even the patient's primary care doctor, you don't really have a say in this. And that's what is important. We worked with this patient's primary care doctor. We've worked directly with the primary care doctor, and we sought his opinion. We sought his input, and we don't seek the opinions of non-experts unless they have a true community voice and reason that has valuable input. And without that, the words are nothing.
Right on.
Sorry.
Well,
No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Dr. Shea's like a broken clock. I mean, what is that? They say the broken clock's right twice a day. I mean, I get what you're saying, Doc. I do also feel that he does say a lot of things just to kind of go against whatever the administration is doing. But I mean,
but at the same time, this woman, the one that we're talking about, she did reach out to him, seeking help and seeking answers, and so
and she did that fine. Because he's speaking out, so she sees probably like, this is someone I'll go to.
Can I just remind everyone how much he's pleaded that we stop quarantining travelers? Can you imagine if we followed his opinions? And this has been going on, and this is a person, and sorry, this is now, it's personal for me because he makes these memes about me. He makes memes about my position. And this affects my family. This affects all my relatives that are here on Guam, in Saipan, in the home Islands. And frankly, I'm fed up with it. I'm absolutely fed up with it. And he needs to be called out. He keeps saying that he's been here on Guam for blah, 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 how many years. He's done all these blah, blah, blah stuff. But in the end, what has he done lately? And what does he do for the greater good? Except for his self-interest. And I'm sorry, but he needs to be called out. He's a danger to society. He's a menace to society, and he will be held accountable. This is something that is going to go to the Guam Board of Medical Examiners, his conduct and his actions, and he will be held accountable. And this is now my mission because it threatens public safety.
Did you file the complaint already?
We will be writing a letter directly to the chair of the Guam Board of Medical Examiners. And so that's going to be a letter that's going to be drafted by myself and a few other physicians as well.
Doc, so are you filing a complaint because he made memes about you, or just about all the other things?
About setting, it's just, okay, what did Twitter do to President Trump?
I see.
Clarification, letter or complaint? Same thing?
Letter of complaint, yes.
Okay. Letter of complaint,
yeah.
Man, Doc, I've never seen these memes. I'm curious.
Sorry?
I've never seen these memes. Like, what do they say?
Unfortunately, I've had them for, well, one is I'm blocked from all his social media myself. So where I get it from, my wife forwards it to me. My mom forwards it to me. How do you think that makes me feel as a professional who's trying to do his best for this community? And then he puts stuff about how much I make, and that I should be fired or I should resign. But what people don't really understand here is that how much do you think it costs to go to medical school? How much do you think it costs to be a physician and to do the training that is necessary? And in the end, something I've resisted saying so many times here, but I'll say this: it was a pay cut to take this position, and I do it with pride, and I do it because it's important.
But Doc, I know you understand that as a public employee, like, people are free, and that's tough when people go from like private to public. But you know is that people can talk smack about how much you make, and they can say whatever.
You saw the memes. You see what I mean. But anyway, I don't. All I'm doing is
No, I get what you're saying,
Yeah.
because, like you said, like with issues with quarantine, you guys are just trying to protect the community, and you do have someone who is a physician going against basically what you guys are trying to do.
Yeah. But I mean, I could see, just let me play devil's advocate. I could see if he was like a physician who maybe specializes in something that's like respiratory or viruses or anything, but he's an OB-GYN, I mean.
Yeah, and we listen to many opposing opinions, and these are from people who are physicians that are very well intentioned, and we really listen to them. I'm talking about local physicians, and we listen to them. We really take their points very seriously. They're members of the physician advisory group, and we come up with a balanced recommendations for the governor, and in the end, that's what's given us the success that we have today, and we got to maintain that.
So what are you guys going to ask the Guam Board of Medical Examiners to do? Tell them to stop posting stuff on social media? I mean, what are you going to be asking them to do? Revoke his license or what?
Only post nice things?
Well, all those are good suggestions.
You're not going to say?
No, I'm not. I mean, that's going to be ultimately up to them, but it's just going to be a letter of concern that's going to be sent, and basically, discussing what is the concerns that the government of Guam has in terms of public safety. We keep talking about public health, but this is more about public safety overall. And the one thing, I do have to leave in a minute here, but I'm just going to share this one last thing here. This picture right here that you guys see in my background, that's my dad. My dad passed away when I was 12 years old. He was the chief of police back in Saipan, but the title of the police department there is actually Department of Public Safety, and so he was the director of public safety at one point, and I hold that term very dear to my heart. And all of a sudden, I'm thrusted into this point where I'm not just majorly involved in public health. I'm actually majorly involved in public safety at this point. And I feel I have a right to speak out, and a duty to speak out. And anybody that threatens that, threatens me, threatens my family, threatens you, Bree, you, Chris, and your family. And that's something that's very serious. And especially when it's done under the guise of altruism, when all of this is just maleficence.
Man, Doc, I feel for you. I feel you. I can tell that you're really upset about this. And I get what you're saying. I feel like when you got a DR attached to your name, there's a certain sense of responsibility, right? I mean, I'm not coming down one side or the other, but that's kind of your argument, is that Dr. Maleficent 3, starring Dr. Tom Shea. Can we play some of these things here? Because, man, if you guys think Dr. Shea is critical, wait till you see my Instagram. I know. Frankly, it's a little ridiculous, guys. So, yeah, there's just some, he's got, we're going to pop them up. Okay, so there's one here. He's got a picture of Dr. Cabrera at the press conference with a little thought balloon, help. There's also a little cartoon here about the car score. Guam car score 45.5 today, 15 tomorrow, 5 next week. And then there's a thought balloon. It says, we can manipulate this number however we want it to be. There's also a picture here on Dr. Shea's Facebook. Gov Guam locks up innocent residents of Guam. Yeah, so, I mean, he's got one on Guam COVID testing. There's a little, so he posts these little cartoons, but...
Right. And he said that, I think, well, we're going to play the interview, that he isn't the one who really makes these.
I mean, but really, why does he even got to explain? Like, do I got to go and write the governor now? Like, oh, because I posted something on my Instagram, or I did a meme, or I didn't. Like, really, guys, this is just too much. It's too much. And we've seen with this administration, people who are critical, they get locked out, or they just don't get any access, or... they don't, get to go on the link or whatever. No, but really, that's all I'm saying, guys, is I don't believe Dr. Shea has, like... I'm not even going to explain freedom of speech to you guys, because I know we have the smartest listeners. And again, freedom of speech doesn't just protect the speech that you like. Right. It protects the speech that you don't like.
So, after this interview, obviously we reached out to Dr. Tom Shea, Adriana Cotero. She sent him the link and asked him, hey, do you have anything to say regarding this? And, at the time he didn't see the interview, didn't hear the interview because he was with his patients. But, he did have the time to check it out. And here's the interview with Adriana Cotero.
Yours, Adriana. Yours, Adriana.
All right, so thank you, Dr. Shea, for taking the time to speak with me. As you viewed the interview, Dr. Cabrera was asked about a patient, and then that question led him to breaking out into, well, kind of calling you out, I guess. And again, just referring back to his words, he publicly called you a narcissist, a menace to society, a danger to the community. I just want to know what I want to know what your reaction was to hearing this and what you have to say in response.
Yeah, I only had I'm with patients, I'm busy here, but I had a brief, you sent me the video, so I kind of had a brief look at it, and I'm very shocked that, a person of such his position as a public health, public position in the head of public health would call me a menace to society or dangerous to society, and then he criticized me for being on Guam for over 25 years and basically done nothing. I think those statements are very defamatory. And I think, ironically, that he called me last night. I haven't shared this with anybody, but he called me last night and I thought, oh, great, it's time to work together. But rather than working together, he called me and started to yell at me. And I thought he was going to call me about Mrs. Camacho, Shauna Camacho, because, she had a false positive test. But then he started to yell at me with profanity and F this, F that, and was very unprofessional. And, he said he recorded the conversation, and I hope that KUM would, ask him for the copy of what he talked to me about. Because
that's news to me. So I don't know, you want to provide us with a little bit more information of what was discussed?
Well, I was trying to discuss, but he didn't even give me an opportunity. He just kept going on with profanity and kept yelling at me and things like that. And I said, listen, all I want to talk about is patient, because ultimately patient care is what I'm focused on. Shauna Camacho has been affected in her life. And that's basically what I'm trying to talk about. But he called me all kinds of names. And he threatened me. He said, I'm going to go after you, basically, and very unprofessional. And I think he also said it in KUM as well. Now, my opinion regarding what I've talked about in social media, what I've said in public, KUM interviews, and I'm a very open person. I will, and I think I do have a right. We live in America, in a free society, where we're able, under the First Amendment, to criticize public officials, especially if their policies affect lives. And, Dr. Cabrera is a public figure. Public policy is made for criticism. That's how our society is founded and it's made. The First Amendment right allows not just me, but anybody out there to do such a thing. Now, I have the right under the First Amendment also to criticize, not just him, but the governor, the politicians, anybody who holds a public position, and especially public policy. So, but the reason I criticize is because they're inconsistent with their policies. What they're doing basically is looking at policies that FDA is saying this, CDC guidelines is saying this, but when I look at these policies that they're doing, it's not consistent. So I think that's very important for them to understand if you really look at it.
Yeah, that actually goes kind of into my next another question I had for you. Because he had noted that a lot of the backlash he received was during the end of July, early August time when we were experiencing a spike in cases. And he mentioned that you were against a lot of public health response, including quarantining travelers. So can you tell us, I mean, what you were starting to a little bit, but what your stance is on their response to the pandemic and where you believe there are faults?
Of course, because when our own, this is what when he first initially thought so, they were looking at policy to allow tourists to come in within 5 days. Well, I criticize that because we shouldn't be treating tourists different from our own residents who have homes here. And if you have a home on Guam and you arrive back here, you shouldn't be locked up in a hotel that's not your personal residence. You have a home to go back to. In Hawaii, if you don't get tested, you go home to quarantine. All I'm saying is that if you have a home here, you should be allowed to go home and quarantine. And that's inconsistent with what they're doing because if somebody would test positive, they tell them, go home. And this is what happened to Shauna Camacho. Shauna Camacho, they say, was tested positive. Was a false positive, by the way. And her life is turned upside down because of this. And she got 2 PCR that was negative, but they told her, go home, isolate at home. They didn't tell her to go to the hotel. If she was that infectious, they would say, hey, we better isolate your hotel. She said, go home. You have kids, you live with your grandparents, go home. So those policies are inconsistent. And I think as public policy out there, we have a right as citizens to criticize those policies and criticize the public or health officials for doing those things because they're not consistent. And Dr. Cabrera also said the criticism that I've made affected him and his family. Well, has he considered that his policy has affected families here on Guam? Just taking Shauna Camacho, for example, has he considered how he affected her kids, her 4 kids, who can't go outside and play when the mom has 2 PCR tests that's tested negative? I mean, these are the things that he doesn't consider, that how he affects other people. He's only talking about himself. I have no special interest in this pandemic except to get Guam back on track. And I offered him an olive branch. And I talked to Mike Cruz last night too. I said, listen, let's work together because ultimately, if we talk about unifying the healthcare profession on Guam, let's work together. But he's making a personal attack. So I think that's the issue that I have. He says he's going to complain to the Guam Board of Medical Examiners, for example. And he's already said it on KUAM that this is personal. This is personal for him. He's going to make it personal. He's going to go and get me. He's going to make it his mission to get me. Right there and there, you know that this is not somebody that's, focusing on facts or things like that. He's making a personal attack. So I think when you talk about personalities, we can clash personalities, we can disagree, but ultimately we have to focus on what's best for patients. And in Shauna Camacho's case, I really believe that she has no COVID. Her 2 PCR should have set her free, but he refused to acknowledge that. And to me, that's a danger to people. If a public health official does not recognize a PCR twice, that should set somebody free. It's almost like if somebody committed murder and you have a DNA test and that person is not there and you still put him in jail anyway. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. So I think anyone who accuses me of being dangerous to society have to rethink what they're doing. I think my track record speaks for itself. But then again, going back to his comment on KUAM, I'm actually very concerned about that because
are you referencing the comment about making the letter of complaint to the Guam board?
No, that's not. See, that's not my concern about the letter of complaint to the Guam Board of Medical Examiner. The Guam Board of Examiner is made of people who look at these. I mean, he's already said he's making it personal. He's making a personal attack, and he says he's going to get other doctors to sign on to it. Well, he can do whatever he wants. Well, I think the island knows me well. Listen, my track record is better than Dr. Cabrera's track record. I have not been in a malpractice suit for the last nearly 25 years. Knock on wood. And why? Because they take good care of patients. Dr. Cabrera, on the other hand, just Google him. He has been involved in multiple malpractice suits at GRMC. So, I mean, if we talk about track records of who is more dangerous to society, he really needs to take a look in the mirror. But when you call me as a danger to society, you got to be very careful. That is a defamation lawsuit ready to happen. So any doctor out there who's going to accuse me of being dangerous to society, they better be prepared for defamation lawsuit, because I am no danger to society. I mean, I have not killed anybody here. My record speaks for itself. So you have to look at that. But
can I ask also, Dr. Cabrera went so far to comparing your actions and conduct on social media posts and the memes. He said he was comparing it to President Donald Trump and Twitter. So I just wonder what your response to that comparison made.
Yeah, I didn't even pay attention to that part, because that just shows that, he's trying to pull straws here and there, trying to compare me to President Trump. Oh my God, it's like, what's he trying to do? He's trying to pull everything to go after me. That is not something that a public health figure should be trying to do. What he should be focusing on is Shauna Camacho, how she's doing, and how this has affected her family. And the kids who should be in school got taken out of school for 2 weeks for no harm at all. But we're harming them because they're being cheated out of an education. And you got 2 PCR to prove that she's innocent. So I think comparing me to President Trump and Twitter, that is no comparison at all. If you look at my posts on my social media, it's pretty straightforward. I'm pretty open. I mean, I post things of my grandson. I post babies. It's really happy. I will criticize public health, because if I see an inconsistency in policy, they're open for criticism. And as far as the memes go, I don't have time to create those memes. Those memes are created by many of my patients. Shauna Camacho is the one that created the last meme about him making $268,000 at public health. And he's all worked up on that. He said, I used to get paid more than $268,000. My God, that's pretty good for Dr. Cabrera to make more than $260,000, because Shauna Camacho is barely making by trying to feed her 4 kids. And she's not working. Nobody's going to pay her back pay. So for somebody to talk like he's made $268,000 and then he took a cut in pay to take the job, I don't think that sits very well with patients out there who's suffering and for businesses who's suffering. So I think he needs to take a step back and really look at his own position and take a look. But if you're going to call me menace in society, I think my track record speaks for itself. Yeah. I'm not a danger to society. I've saved lives, many. I delivered over 9,000 babies on Guam. I saved many women who's almost bled to death at GMH. So I think, and I picked up several cancer patients, and I still continue to save lives. So to say that I've done nothing over the last 25 years is really not just an insult, but that is really a defamatory statement. And, we'll have my lawyers to review his statements, but I don't think the Guam board is in any situation to address it. He's already making it personal. So it's not like, what does he want to do? Live in a communist society, Russia or China, where we cannot speak against public officials? If they did that, oh my God, a society would be falling right on the floor. And I don't think we should even live on Guam anymore if that's the case, right?
Mm-hmm. So with that letter, we asked Dr. Cabrera, if he could give us some specific details of what will be, actually written inside the letter, and if there are what kind of consequences or penalties they're trying to seek through it. But
sure.
Do you have any? He didn't want to go into details. He didn't want to tell much about it. I think you heard that in the interview. But so you don't have any fears that they might try to revoke your medical licenses or anything? I mean, you mentioned your track record speaks for itself.
The Guam Medical Board is there to assess that we license physicians and how they practice on Guam. I have no malpractice suits on Guam. I haven't killed anybody. I've practiced good medicine. In fact, our standard of care in the clinic and my job at GMH prove itself that I save lives. I'm not a dangerous society. That's exactly it. See, that's the problem that Dr. Cabrera has. Is he's trying to create that I'm a dangerous society. That is dangerous statement that he just made. And it affects my reputation. Because basically he's calling me that I'm killing patients. I'm committing malpractice. That is totally not true. That is totally not true. If he can't take criticism on the policies that he helped create, and that's inconsistent, if we can't criticize those things in public or public figures, then what kind of a democratic society that we live in. We just let our public figures go out there and dictate and control our lives. No, I think if he doesn't like those criticism, he can't take it. He should get out of the public position. But I don't think that the Guam board is in a position to address the kind of stuff. It doesn't make sense. I'm no danger to society. Look at my track record. Look at my history of malpractice. 0, 25 years. And look at Dr. Cabrera's malpractice record over at GRMC. Check it out and see who is more of a danger to society.
Thank you, Dr. Shea. I appreciate you taking the time and answering these questions. Is there anything else you would like to add?
I'd just like to add that I'm here to help public health. My criticism should not be taken as personal. I don't do things personal. I'm not like Dr. Cabrera trying to make it personal. My comments, if you really read my social media posts, are comments that's criticizing inconsistencies in the policy. Okay? Inconsistencies that we can change and make better. False positives. Let's look at that and change the policy to make it better. How do we pick those up? Look at how we affect patients. Shauna Camacho doesn't make $268,000. And to Cabrera, that's little because he used to make a lot more. But Shauna Camacho make no close, maybe just above minimum wage, if I think correctly. But it's terrible what he just said, on the air in KUMN. So I think it really needs to take a step back and really evaluate. But my final comment to Dr. Cabrera is this. I message him and I call him and I say, listen, if you want to talk, let's sit down and talk. If you really want to make public health a better facility or make public health a better system for Guam, let's get together, put our heads together, and then work on policy that's going to help Guam. But making complaint, that's not going to help. And making defamation statements against me that are a danger to society, that's a defamatory statement that I think many of my patients would take personally. But I'm not here to get Dr. Cabrera. If he's out personally to get me right there and then, the Guam board should read it very clearly that this is a personal attack and it's a witch hunt. And, consider me a whistleblower. If I find errors in public policy, consider me a whistleblower because Shauna Camacho is considered a whistleblower because she was a false positive and she should be set free. She should not be locked up in isolation. So is her kids.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shea. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And hope you carry this all the way through. Don't just extract certain parts of it, okay? It took time for you, so make sure you carry it through.
For you guys with Dr. Cabrera's interview. It was a much longer interview, but we just cut specifically the part where Sabrina asked him a question and that kind of snowballed into him making all the accusations against Dr. Shea. This is
we're waiting to see if in fact this letter of complaint has been filed yet. I think, is it Dr. Nathaniel Berg who's on? Is he still the chair of the Guam Board of Medical Examiners? Not sure. I'll look that up and see if he is. But you heard from Crystal Paco San Augustine, the governor's communications director, that there have been discussions that the governor will sign off on this letter of complaint, will join in, and she said, I think in her exact words, is that it's likely.
Right. Okay. That's what she's tracking.
Wait, can I ask a
Yeah, Jay, go ahead.
Can I ask
Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Solis.
No, can I ask a completely naive question?
Is it what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the end game here? Like, if there is a complaint filed, what would be the, I don't want to use the word punishment, but
I don't know, but I feel like if you're listening to this and you're hearing about the chief medical officer of our Department of Public Health talking about filing a complaint about someone who is critical of the public policy, I think the first effect is it chills the conversation that people want to have, because then they're going to be like, oh my God, were they going to file a complaint against me? Are they going to disconnect my power? Are they going to do this?
No, that's what I mean. I mean, what could be the end result from this? Because I mean, it's not like they're going to take away.
Maybe they're going to put him on a Facebook timeout.
Well, we asked Dr. Cabrera, so what are you trying to do? Or do you want him not to post any bad things on social media? Do you want his license revoked? Do you want him to post just nice things? Right. And
they can't shut down his clinic. They can't stop him from practicing medicine. They can't stop him from going
because
to the
none of
hospital.
this has anything to do with him practicing medicine.
So
it strictly has to do with him criticizing public policy made by public officials that we, the public, pay for with our publicly earned public taxpayer dollars that are public.
So the complaint is just to get it on the record.
I don't know. I mean, again,
because I mean I get, you know, kind of like the strategy or the tactics sometimes that like from the legal profession, right? You do things and you're like, okay, you put something out there and then court of public opinion gets you to kind of like, you know, shape up, or you know, you're tarnished in a certain sense. I mean, we see this all the time.
I mean, I'm sorry, a lot of people have issues with the way this pandemic was handled. That's just a fact of life. Get over it. I also kind of just want to address Dr. Cabrera's pay again, because he had said this thing where he was like, oh, and he brought this up when we brought it up the first time. And I talked to a lot of doctors, and even the doctors were like, damn, that guy got paid $268,000 salary, not including benefits. He's got a special contract with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. But when I asked him about his pay and like, hey, how do you justify it? One of the things he said was like, oh, God, medical school's so expensive. Which I don't even think it's not a good reason.
You remember, you know, this kind of takes me back to when Dr. Jana Manglotnia was on, and then Dr. Okamoto was on, and he called her
a B.
Right, called her a B. And didn't Dr. Jana file a complaint?
Oh, maybe we should follow up. Yeah, she said she was going to file one.
Yeah. So I mean,
did she?
I don't know, but isn't it interesting how these doctors like just publicly bicker back and forth? I mean, they're doctors, right? You kind of expect. I don't know. I do. I expect doctors. They're like, you know, they're above or they're up here. They're supposed to be saving lives, and I know that these doctors get into these like personality squabbles. It kind of just, to me, humanizes them. I mean, not in a good way, because yeah, they're definitely human, right? But I mean, you know, what patient wants to be sitting there getting operated on by a guy who like can't handle memes? You know what I mean? It's a freaking meme, dude.
I'm trying to find who's on the Guam Board of Medical Examiners. I believe it's under the Department of Public Health, but I clicked on there's nothing there on their website.
Anyway, yeah, this is just matapang, maybe the old definition of the word. I don't really know what else there is to say about it, but it's kind of funny though. It's kind of funny just to hear these two kind of go at it, knowing that they're both like doing way better than a lot of people on this island, and to see them kind of get caught up. But then again, I got to go back to, I don't believe, and I don't even agree with what Dr. Shea says sometimes, but I don't think he said anything that warranted them to say, oh, he's endangering lives, or oh, he's a menace to society, or oh. And I mean, honestly, the administration, like, who's advising them? Who advises you guys? Because here's what happens. When they get a guy like Senator Moylan and they demonize him and they shut him out and they don't bring him to the table, when they get someone like Senator Joanne Brown, Dr. Tom Shea, these people who are critical of policy, a real leader will bring them to the table, will let their voice be part of the conversation.
Guam Board of Medical Examiners.
Oh, here we go, Serena.
They're
Thank
scheduled to meet on Wednesday, 4 p.m. via Zoom. Actually, no, globalgotomeeting.com. Is that Zoom? No.
That's like the doctor's Zoom.
That's the other
one. That's like the Lamborghini of Zoom.
No, that's the one. That's the one that can't be like recorded and broadcast. That's the one we don't like.
Yeah, that's the one that's not transparent.
Is that the one that's not transparent?
Well, that's the one that's hard as hell to freaking do a screen recording for. That's the one that the I think it's Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce uses, and it's hard to do their meetings.
Okay, so
we do have a lot of comments.
So is Dr. Berg?
He is the chairperson.
Dr. Nathaniel Berg is the chair of this.
Right. Yeah.
I think Phil Flores is on the GBME too.
And I'm not disputing your earlier claim, Chris, but like what he said about the thing, and conversely, I'm not taking his side either. But like when he said, do you realize how much debt I'm into? I mean, that is a fair point to make.
I don't think so. because no one told you to go and be a doctor. I mean, I don't want to sound callous, but, it kind of reminded me of when the Lieutenant Governor, Josh Tenorio, came on, and he was like, oh, we got to hire my Nyao because he has 7 kids, and he's trying to rebuild his life. And it's like, that's not our responsibility. Your Nyao messed up in a big way, and I don't feel like we're responsible to carry your family members or to carry Dr. Cabrera's medical school debt. I mean, if you're going to get paid that much, then stand on the merits of your accomplishments and the value of your work. Don't start throwing in this, like, oh, God, I got all this medical school debt. And I'm not even saying, I'm just saying, as a person in the public and you as a public employee, again, newsflash, we're able to publicly comment on your public salary publicly. So that's all it is. Don't take it personal. Although it's clear that Dr. Cabrera has taken some of this personal. But I got nothing personal against you. Yeah, Jay, I'm sorry. Did that sound cold? Did it sound cold? Because I mean, I'm just saying.
Not exactly lukewarm, but maybe not cold.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, don't let that be the reason why we got to pay you $300,000. That's not no. Maybe because like you set the world record for like open heart surgery, or or you were like in the war, and something like tangible. Don't fall back on I got a lot of medical school debt. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be cold. I'm not, because I know, damn, I got bills. Kidding? Who doesn't have bills?
Okay, so how about the?
But I guarantee if I was making $268,000 a year, my bills would be like way less of a concern.
How about to the counter argument that our commenters always bring up, right? Like when they say, we've got certain people in the government of Guam who maybe aren't qualified or, don't have as much of an academic pedigree or experience, things like that. And they say, like, would you, because the flip side of it could be like, okay, well, we've got, like, say if we ever hire a chief medical examiner and say the guy's got you've got Dr. Cabrera who went to Yale Medical School, and then you've got maybe somebody that we might hire as the chief medical examiner and say he's got a correspondence degree from Nassau Community College. And then because people would be, and I'm not saying anybody's right or wrong, but people would be jumping all over that. The way our commenters are, they'd be
what are you trying to say?
No, they'd be saying it's like, okay, can we not get anybody better than that?
I'm not even sure what point you're trying to make, Jay. A medical examiner, that's like up there. That position, I agree. Across the board, they make so much money, right? But I'm just saying on Dr. Cabrera's salary, I'm not a freaking doctor. I'm not an expert on doctors. But what I am is someone who knows how to talk to people. And I talked to a bunch of doctors about his salary, and there was one who said, oh, it was okay. That they feel like, oh, for the amount of work he's going to be doing, it's justified. But I mean, everyone else is kind of like, whoa, damn, what a sweet deal. And that's what they're kind of saying is like, oh, sweetheart deal. You come up with the car score. They get you set for life. You know what I mean? It was kind of like that. And people see it. They see it for what it is. I mean, Dr. Cabrera was the guy who, like, had the pom-poms and was, like, advising the governor. She was, like, his number one advisor.
So this is what I have found, because I tried to pull up the minutes from one of their meetings that they had in January, but the link is dead when you go to it. And usually on the minutes it tells you who's on the board. So this is actually from November. So the chairperson, Dr. Nathaniel Berg, the vice chair, public member, Phil Flores, member, Dr. Annie Berdalio, member, Dr. Kia Romani, Dr. Arania Adolphson is a member, and the last member listed here is Dr. Annette David. So if they're all still on the board, then they would receive this letter of complaint.
Right. Which the governor may sign.
Right.
Oh, man.
When was it?
Polka, Dr. Shea.
Do you remember the last time like a letter of complaint has been filed to the Guam Board of Medical Examiners? I'm thinking there was
I was just mentioning that, as I recall, I think Dr. Jana Manglonia said she was
Oh,
going
yeah.
to file a complaint.
And prior to that, wasn't it the veterinarian, Dr. The Wise Owl proprietor?
I don't know if it was with the Guam Board of Medical Examiners or the Allied Health Licensing
But Allied, yeah,
Board.
okay, yeah.
Right, yeah.
So let's not get that confused.
Yeah.
Please.
But even at that, it's like, you know, like it's to get it on the record, right?
Yeah. Taylor comments in here about what I had said about Senator Moylan. The first bill the governor signed this term was Senator Moylan, so I don't think they're shutting him out. Quite the opposite. She's endorsing his ideas. But anyone who paid attention the last couple of years, I think that the governor now has no choice but to really entertain Senator Moylan's and some of the Republicans' ideas, because they kind of backed her into a corner where that's the only thing left for her to do. But remember, this came after 2 years of just, you know, we don't see you, Senator Moylan, I don't see you, where are you? So
And
anyway.
also, a lot of their bills are geared toward, you know, restarting our economy.
Right, and they're bipartisan measures that have Democrat support. So it is what it is, guys. I mean, if you guys don't see how this administration will shut people out, I don't know what to say. Because when they do that, I feel like there are people who are not happy. And when they shut people out, these people get bigger. Anyway, it's 9:53. Let's switch gears now. After we take a break, we'll come back and close out the show with our friend, local musician Eric Borja, who's standing by. He's going to debut his new single right here on the link. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Hungry? Grab your phone, open the app, make the order. Done! Satisfy your cravings in a safe, quick, convenient way. Make the dash to Uno Go now. uno-go.com or download at the App Store today.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
.9 FM.
Let's do it. Let's go to the KUM News Zoom room here where Viva Mess tomorrow. 10:03. Eric Borja, one of my favorite local artists. Of course, sometimes he's Eric Borja by himself. Sometimes he's Masaya Hoffa with Eric Borja. We wanted to bring him on because we're actually the worldwide debut. The worldwide debut of is this next single here, Eric. First of all, good morning.
Good morning, brother. Good morning, Bree. Good morning, Jason.
Off a day.
Off a day.
Let's go get into it, man. You make some great music, and we're about to debut your new single. Tell us a little bit about this song before we play it.
This song is very dear to me. Thank you again, KUM, The Breeze, for always supporting local music. This is this has been in the making for the past 11 years. Finally got in the studio after we opened up again, and I just want to thank Mr. Jason Burkhart for his expertise in the recording studio. And this song, hopefully, I'm really hoping it brings a lot of good vibes, especially with the situation that we're going through and the topic you guys were just talking about, talking to our higher power to give us some guidance and be civil about things. So, yeah, so This song was written when I was still back in San Diego, when I was in treatment, and it's a song about my journey in recovery, and it's all true, man. You know, I wrote it as I was going through my journey when I was getting clean and getting ready to get back into the real world. So yeah, hoping that it touches other people in the way it has touched me. And really appreciate it, guys. I want to say a shout out to my wife for always supporting me, and to everybody in the recovery community. God bless you all. This one's for you. And thank you again. Appreciate it.
Eric, what's the name of the song?
It's called Right Beside Me.
Right beside me.
Okay, so this is the worldwide debut of this next single here from Eric Bora. Eric, appreciate you. Love you, Prim.
Love you too, man.
Take care.
Be easy, and we're going to play this now, okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
Enjoy.
there you go. I also want to commend Eric for, like we always say, he is a recovery artist. You know what I mean? He's out here, and he doesn't get as much of the limelight as maybe some other people in the recovery community get because he's busy doing the work. You know what I mean? And so, Eric, we definitely appreciate all your work with the recovery community.
It's a pleasure, man.
In the words of the late Tupac, you are appreciated. See you, Eric. That's that.
All right.
There you go. Again, it's right beside me, Eric Bora, right here on the link. We're going to leave you guys with this. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, we're not. Okay, so here we go. Let's just do this. It's Eric Bora right beside me on the link. Good morning.
What I thought was fun was only an illusion. What I thought was life was really desperation. I was given another chance to relive my life with no regrets. Gotta take it, gotta run with it, get what I can get. Gotta run with it and get what I can get, yeah. No faith got me nowhere, no trust took us hold deeper. Helping one another really open my eyes. I'm walking through this door no matter what size, yeah. No faith got me nowhere, no trust took us hold deeper. Helping one another really open my eyes. I'm walking through this door no matter what size. I'm climbing this mountain with you so I can be set free. Time for me to let my life live. Now I'm happy with being me. While we climbing this mountain with you, then I'll see. While we climbing this mountain with you, then I'll see you right beside me. Right beside me. I've done things I wouldn't have done. A treasure out of darkness I have become, yeah. A message of hope stabbed me deep in my heart. I came to believe that this was the start, yeah. Beginning of a lifelong journey. Beginning of a lifelong journey, yeah. I thank you, my friend. Yes, you are my friend. My friend for all eternity. I'll be climbing this mountain with you, then I'll see. Time for me to let my life live. Now I'm happy with being me. While we climbing this mountain with you, then I'll see.
Good stuff, Eric. Bora, recovery anthem right beside me. It's great. We'll now do Cover Me by Burger King. Guys, it's Lent, okay? So you can check the BK Big Fish or the Impossible Whopper, both super Lent-friendly options. Thank you to Burger King. Bree, good job today.
Good job today. Can I just put out a reminder?
Yes.
You know, it is International Women's Day, and there is a wave in solidarity for all women. That is today, 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. at the ITC intersection.
Right on. Joester, good job. Jason, good job. We got your back with our KUAM News Primetime. We're doing State of the Island address tonight. What time's the speech, Bree?
6:30. We'll be carrying it on KUAM TV8 as well as on Facebook.
Right on. Okay, so that's happening. That's going to be the show tomorrow. We'll unpack. We'll get the reactions. We've got a bunch of people coming in to talk about the State of the Island address that's going on tomorrow's episode of The Link. Thank you for joining us today, though. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Thank you. Our Cover Me this morning is brought to you by Burger King. All right, home of the BK Big Fish and the Impossible Whopper. Está hechos!
Yo, what is up, guys? Yo, what is up, guys? Be doing a cover of Oceans by Hillsong United and be singing with my goddaughter right here, Jay Cherie. Hope you guys enjoy it. You call me out upon the water, the great unknown, where feet may fail. And there I'll find you in the mystery, in oceans deep, my faith will stand, and I will call upon your name, and keep my eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul will rise in your embrace, for I am yours, and you are mine.
Your grace abounds in deepest waters. Your sovereign hand will be my guide. Where feet may fail, fear surrounds you. You never failed, and you won't stop now. And I will call upon your name, and keep my eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace, for I am yours, and you are
Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the water.